the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services.
I'm Engineer Florinda Echoquindo, so I'm the Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office.
I'm Carlos Garcia, you can call me Kaloy or Carlos, and I am the Chief for Alumni Relations Services.
I'm Professor Jane Puma. I'm currently the Chief for the Career Development and Placement Office.
I'm Romel Kiko Moldero, Executive Director for Teletech Concession. Teletech is going through a lot of expansions right now. There's just so many opportunities that are available, not just in the agent positions, but also in our non-agent positions. So I know that the graduates that you guys are producing are top-notch and sought after. Graduates of PUP are like the most employable, and I've seen that.
I'm JJ. I'm actually part of the TA marketing as well, heading the executions team. We're really excited about this partnership, and we look forward to not just employing your students, of course, right? But there are some other opportunities that we can work on. I mean, at the end of the day, I know that our main goal is to make sure that we provide opportunities for your graduates, right? And perhaps your alumni at the same time.
So more than just tapping them when they graduate, we actually become part of developing them to be prepared for that. We would like to be really involved in many of these activities and many of the things that we can be of assistance to you.
Our clients are multidimensional, and it's the dimensions that really drive the complexity.
There's some common themes, but they have very unique circumstances that have to be taken into account.
And what makes them unique are all of those different issues. They have different family situations, they have different values.
The key to helping clients do more is to understand exactly where they want to go.
We're not just looking at your assets and how we're going to invest those. We want to understand what you want your wealth to do for you and for your family.
It's the kind of thoughtful relationship building that we practice here at our firm, that it's a part of the culture that we're going to care about our clients.
We can all sell products, we can all pick up the telephone, but people need to understand your goals and your objectives. Once you do that, you can work together to be greater.
And we have a depth and a breadth of expertise that we can bring to our clients.
I'll tell you, there's probably nothing we haven't seen, no issue we haven't had to deal with.
A lot of it comes down to problem solving. It's just an intellectual curiosity.
How do we co-create something, and how do we collaborate so that we can be successful together?
Having people who can connect the dots is absolutely critical.
We are able to transcend geographical boundaries and product lines.
When I think about the increased integration of technology, primarily it comes down to better engagement with our clients.
Goals aren't static. Goals are going to change. And we're really invested in not only the expertise to deliver the advice around these goals, but the technology to enable this dynamic asset allocation and strategic alignment over time, I think truly sets Northern apart.
How do we help clients achieve greater?
The curiosity that we encourage of each other.
That emphasis that we have on service expertise and integrity, and expertise that comes from a really active, intentional form of listening.
Greater is confidence, greater is capability, and greater is being there for our clients in our communities.
We had a client that joined us recently, and after they chose Northern, I asked him why they picked us, and he said, "You asked us questions that nobody else did."
And that
is how we help our clients achieve greater.
This is a story you helped write. It's about momentum. It's a story about the last 5 years, with roots stretching back generations before that. It's a story about building agility, trust, and transparency. About service and strong performance, improved productivity, and an expanding global footprint. It's the story of a team built on a foundation of confidence and trust. People who come together to see beyond borders and reach beyond limitations. It's a worldwide workforce that understands its own strengths and commits to growth as a practice. A story about being responsive to changing client demands with expanded service offerings and a broadened portfolio. It's a story about those who put relationships at the center of everything, competing successfully with compassion in an aggressive global landscape. The chapters in this story span the planet and cross cultural lines, reminding us that a common set of core values allows us to not only reach across borders, but to transcend them. It's a story about 5 years of consecutive growth without sacrificing integrity or authenticity. The story of the now 8th largest global network of independent audit and advisory services firms in the world. It's a story about standing at the pinnacle of success, taking a deep breath, then seeking out the next mountain to climb. This is a story of more than 200 member firms in 130 countries, all committed to a common brand and a singular vision. This is the story of our network. What will we write next?
The world of work is changing faster than ever. Entire industries are being disrupted. Businesses have a choice, and so do you. Embrace change or be left behind. Will automation accelerate your career or stall it? At EY, we're embracing change and see opportunity where others may see threat. We're disrupting ourselves while building a workforce for tomorrow. What matters most in the transformative age? We believe it's your mindset, in addition to your skill set, that will help you succeed. Analytics, innovation, and the ability to think and act globally. Bring us your curiosity.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the country's first Polytechnic U. PUP is a state-run university governed by Republic Act 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. It is home to more than 70,000 students, making it the largest state university in the Philippines in terms of student population. It is the university's commitment to give qualified and talented students access to quality and responsive education to aid them in the achievement of their dreams and the improvement of their lives. True to its commitment of making education accessible to all, the university has strategically established campuses and branches all over Luzon. PUP boasts of its roster of 1,483 full-time and part-time faculty members and 707 administrative employees. The faculty and employees perform the collective goal of training, servicing, and supporting the university's stakeholders. From its humble beginnings in 1904, PUP was originally established as the Manila Business School, primarily for the training of personnel for government service and to provide skills needed for private employment. 4 years later, the Manila Business School was renamed Philippine School of Commerce, or PSC, and merged with the Philippine Normal School from 1933 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed the Philippine College of Commerce, or PCC, in 1952. In April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into a chartered state university now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines by virtue of Presidential Decree Number 1341 issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. PUP truly has come a long way from a business school to a premier polytechnic university, the very first in the country. Every year, around 50,000 graduating high school students, mostly from economically challenged families, take the Polytechnic University of the Philippines College Entrance Test, or PUP set, and hope to become one of the 10,000 who will be given a chance to be new PUPians. At present, the university offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels, with its strategic direction of making the colleges vertically articulated. Graduate School, College of Accountancy and Finance, College of Arts and Letters, College of Architecture and Fine Arts, College of Business Administration, College of Communication, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Education, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Science, College of Tourism, Hospitality and Transportation Management, College of Human Kinetics, Institute of Technology. PUP further strengthens its open university system through expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and the non-traditional system program. It caters to borderless educational system that aims to reach many learners as possible. For more than a century of existence, countless outstanding achievements have raised PUP to the level of a national comprehensive university. With the vision to transform the university into an epistemic community, PUP subscribes to the idea that a university should have an extensive research and extension development culture. Proof to this are numerous research undertakings of the university. Each year, PUP surpasses national passing rate in licensure examinations and ranks among the top in different academic disciplines. has also institutionalized academic exchange and international cooperation with various countries all over the world through its Office of International Affairs. Today, PUP is relishing its successes, and its students are enjoying unprecedented academic opportunities, an enhanced campus environment, upgraded colleges, state-of-the-art technology, and nationally and internationally recognized programs. It has gone far from what it was more than a century ago. This is mainly due to the support given by the government, the PUP community, and its benefactors. With the combined efforts, PUP will continue to be a partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation for the marginalized sector of the society with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the country's first polytechnic youth.
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang mag-ibig. Hi, I'm Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. The role of our office is to keep connections among students and alumni, provides complete range of services to students, alumni, and employers in the area of career development, graduates and professional schools preparations, employee relations, and campus recruitment. We also provide alumni and students with the tools and resources to help find success in all professional endeavors. To all freshmen, please come and visit us. Our office is located at N209 North Wing, 2nd floor.
Good morning to all of us. Welcome to PUP Career Talk. The Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services and the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines welcome you to Career Talk 2020. I am Professor Carlos A. Garcia, and it is my pleasure to be your MC in today's event. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedule just to be with us today. Despite of the present situation, you find time in order to be with us in this occasion. In this career talk, our industry partners can scout for potential applicants on the same token that our students can scout for possible future employers. To start with our today's career talk, join me in welcoming my immediate superior to give us the opening remarks. Let us all welcome the Assistant to the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Services, as well as the Director of Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. Let us all welcome Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo for the opening remarks.
Every year, the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office holds career talks in order to disseminate information and services to PUP students and alumni. To all participants gracing this event, good morning. It is always a privilege to speak right in front of you, that despite of the present situation, you find ample time to participate in this career talk. This event is a prime opportunity for our students to scout for possible employers in the near future. We have 5 representatives from the different industry partners. We have the UnionBank, Northern Trust, Crowe Philippines, Teletech, Ernst & Young Global Limited. The following topics will also be discussed. We have topics like seeing through the corporate window, career tips for the millennials, preparing resume, interviews, and professional development. We have the personality development and character. We also have good people, better opportunities, best value for our experiences. And we have the virtual interviews. The Career Talk is a high time wherein our students can participate and have a chance to lend their ears from the talks of our speakers that represent prestigious organizations. This is also one of the ways wherein the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office can assist students and alumni in pursuit of their goals and objectives in life. This event is a sort of encouragement for our students to establish their paths towards a successful and comfortable life and discern on what career they are going to pursue. Let us listen from the talks of all our speakers. With that, allow me to greet you once again. A pleasant morning and a fruitful day ahead, all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo. Before we proceed with our first session, allow me to read the virtual etiquette and additional information in participating in today's career talk. Our virtual etiquette: please keep your microphones on mute. Interact with us through the chat box. In participating in today's career talk, our webinar has 5 sessions and 5 topics from different industry partners. Attendees will be given the opportunity to ask 1 question at the end of each session. Attendees via Zoom may use the chat box located at the lower part of the screen. Kindly type your name, for this shall serve as our cue for the open forum at the end of each session. Attendees via Facebook live stream, YouTube live screen may send their questions or comments using the comment section. Digital certificate will be released 2 to 3 weeks after the conduct and be given to those who attended, participated, and accomplished the evaluation form given at the end of the session. The link of the evaluation form will be flashed in the comment box during or after the conduct. It will also be posted on our FB page. The form will be accessible only 6 hours after the webinar. And now, let's start our career talk with our first session. But before I introduce the representative from UnionBank, let us first take a look on the audiovisual presentation of UnionBank, the AVP from UnionBank. In addition, all right. In addition, Union Bank is a Philippine universal bank to have multiple channels and are available for transaction and information access, nationwide branch, network, on-site and off-site automated teller machines, a call center, and internet bank. And now, let us proceed with the first speaker for today. As I have mentioned earlier, that our first speaker for today comes from Union Bank. The representative will tackle Seeing Through the Corporate Window, Career Tips for Millennials. Again, join me in welcoming for the first session, the first representative or the first session, we have our representative from Union Bank.
Thank you so much, sir, for welcoming us. And good morning, everyone who's in the call. Thank you for inviting Union Bank to share with you the career tips for millennials. The title is Seeing Through the Corporate Window. This is Abby Caberte. I am currently the head of talent acquisition of Union Bank. Prior to me joining the bank, I've been with the telco industry for more than 10 years. I started my career also in recruitment during the time that we are building Sun Cellular until eventually I moved to Smart Communication and also headed their recruitment operations. So I have been in human resource field for more than 15 years. I have my 3-degree courses, finished my 3-degree courses from St. Scholastica's College way back in 2002. And ever since, I have built my capability in recruitment. So would like to share in the next 10 or 15 minutes, would like to share with you the career tips for millennial. And I titled it, Seeing Through the Corporate Window. In choosing your first job, you should ask yourself, what is my passion? And when we say passion, this is on top of what you do. Your passion basically makes you happy. It is your top interest. Passion means while you are doing what you do, you are enjoying it. It's just that some are lucky enough that they are actually doing what they love. Like for myself, I love doing HR work and I love doing recruitment, and it happens to be my passion as well. So for millennials, it is always important that you take charge or define your own passion. What makes you happy? It's not what you have completed in college or the degree that you will be limited to the career choices of that you make. Always remember to ask yourself, what is it that you like? Here are the tips that I would like to share with you. First tip, you have to think outside of the box. You know, there are endless opportunities to everyone, regardless of degree. So I mentioned that as you go through career hunting, don't be just limited to what you have finished or what college that you have completed in university. There are so many opportunities in the market. You just have to sift through it by again asking yourself what it is that makes you happy. If you love to interact with many people, you might be good in a position or in a career that is customer interfacing. if you love to deal with your hands, you can be good, in computer engineering or perhaps in some mechanical works. So always think outside of the box. So don't just be limited with what you know at this point, but continue to upskill and continue to develop yourself. Along the way, you'll realize that your passion will lead you to the best career that is set for you as you go to the corporate world. Second tip, research your options thoroughly. Attend interviews, talk to professionals. When I was young, like you, I love to talk to HR people. It gives me an idea of what it is working in an HR world. My mom was an HR professional, so I actually learned from home. I see how she enjoys her job as an HR manager, how it fulfills her and even satisfies her everyday work life. She was able to also build friendships, and she is being valued by the organization, and it's the kind of feeling that I also wanted to feel. That's why I went through taking my own HR profession. Attend interviews. Don't be scared about meeting a lot of recruiters, because from that particular experience you'll be able to hone yourself. You will become more confident and comfortable asking and answering questions. I can still remember my first interview. I was the interviewee by an HR head. And there is just one question that was asked of me by the HR head. And after that interview, it was just really a quick interview of about 5 to 10 minutes. After that, a job offer was presented to me. And I will never forget that particular question and even that interview. And, even up to this day, I am actually asking myself, what made the HR head decide to take me to the role? With just 5 or 10 minutes of interaction, and it's just one question that was asked of me. Then I realized that recruiters basically look at you as a person. So from my experience, I know for a fact, if an applicant prepared for the interview, in fact, and I would also know if, for example, that the applicant just memorized the lines and the statement that he or she can find in the internet. So you have to research about the company of which you're attending to. You have to talk to a lot of career professionals who have been handling the same position that you dream of having in the future, because it opens your eyes to their world and you get to appreciate the real work in that particular field. So research your options thoroughly. Before I proceed, I would like to share this quote coming from Neil Armstrong. In much of society, research means to investigate something you do not know or understand. So don't worry and don't be shy when you do research, because reason why you're doing research is because you don't know anything yet. And you get the satisfaction of learning a lot about things that you don't know. So that kind of self-fulfillment that you feel every time that you unbox ideas, or perhaps something that unfamiliar to you. So investigate. Well, the investigation here takes a different meaning. No? When you say investigate, that means go to the internet, search about the thing, or research about that career. Millennials right now are very lucky, because during our times, We have to go to the library so that we'll be able to get knowledge, or more learnings about a particular topic. Right now, it's relatively more easy for you with just a click of your hand. You'll get to know about the career that you would like to pursue. But you have to take note that you also have to know what is fake to what is real. Next tip, hone your skills. In this particular war of talent, it's he who has more skills win. And this I would like to attest, having been in recruitment for the past decades. A graduate of an engineering versus a graduate of, say, a business administration, who on top of the degree learn coding, who have attended short courses. So as we, recruiter, go through assessments of the candidates, it's very important for us on the things that the candidate do in his or her free time. So once you have completed, say, your degree, it is very important, that's vital duration of the period where you graduated, and what did you do? So how did you keep up honing your skills? How do you keep up upskilling yourself? And it sparks an interest for someone interviewing, or for someone, getting to know you, because it gives us the opportunity of knowing you outside that degree or outside that diploma. Later in this presentation, I'll share with you what are the skills, behavioral and the technical skills that are very marketable at this point in time. Next tip, get further studies. So I mentioned about online courses, MBAs and PhDs, of course. This will be taken on in your later years, but it often leads to higher salaries down the road. Online courses, there's so many free online courses right now available in the internet. So just organize yourself, manage your time, and take on online courses that you feel you're interested in, you know that it will definitely upskill you. So next slide will show you the top skills that you need to be ready for the corporate world. So let's talk about first the behavioral skills. First one is creativity. I know for a fact that millennials right now, with all of these social media platforms, open up your creativity with the TikTok, with how you also lay out your pictures or Photoshop your pictures in Instagram and Facebook and even in LinkedIn. So I know that this is something that is core to millennials. They are being creative. Junkies, no? Second is persuasion. So in this particular digital times, there's a decrease in human touch rather than in high tech. So when you say high tech, that means that it still interface with people, but it's you always beyond the screen. So it is an important skill, human skill, that you're able to persuade, you're able to keep the interest of the person that you're talking to. Because it's easy to actually drop up of the call. I'm actually saying, many leaving the meeting. Reason for being is perhaps, the interest is not anymore there. The attention span is shorter. So someone who's very good in terms of convincing, or someone who's very persuading, will be able to be successful in life. So that's the second skill, persuasion. Number 3, collaboration. Again, in this digital world, it's very important that we collaborate so that we're able to achieve whatever goals that we have in mind. You should know how to collaborate and at the same time also nurture collaboration from other people. What do we mean by collaboration? It means that you have the ear to listen and you don't answer to defend yourself. So you always have to be open. They say, and I really believe in this quote, teamwork makes the dream work, and that's really true. No man is an island. So not be able to really make something successful without really collaborating with other people, especially if you work in a corporate environment. Even if you hold the top position in the organization, you will not be able to finish a project if you don't collaborate with stakeholders or perhaps with experts and subject matter experts in the organization. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability meaning seeing yourself in an environment that is keep on changing. So you have to always adjust yourself and adapt yourself. It's good that when you go through career hunting, you also look at how are you adapting to the environment of the corporation. Don't just be, fixated by how popular say the organization or the company is, but you need to also consider how are you fitting in the culture. So you have to adapt. Number 5, emotional intelligence. I think this is one of the main concern of millennials and the young generation right now. Sad to say about the suicide cases and all of this. So youngsters get affected by stress, easily. Because perhaps the emotional intelligence not yet not fully developed, so it's easy for them to give up, and they feel like if they face a failure, it's already an end of the world. But you always have to remember that the first step, there's so many limited so many opportunities in the market. So you may not be successful right now, but the right time will come, and you will be successful in the right place and the right time. So it's important that as you develop your emotional intelligence, you also interact with professionals, someone who's authorized or someone who have completed degrees in analysis, because emotional intelligence may be also defined by other people. And finally, for the behavioral skills, number 6 is resiliency. This is very popular among Filipinos, especially in the recent months that we have went through so many storms and typhoons in our lives. And it's always the grit and the resiliency of the Filipino people that makes us famous. And I think it's innate in every Pinoy that we are resilient, because of the geographical location of the Philippines. Bagyo lang yan, di ba? So, you always hear that, lindol lang yan, pagsabog lang yan ng Mayon volcano. Because we grew up in an environment, in a culture that we don't easily give up. So this is part of life. We always see that. I always remember my lola always saying, okay, sige, move on ko na lang to the next adventure or the next opportunity. That's part of life. And in fact, you'll not be able to embrace life's truest meaning, unless you accept your fate, and your destiny. So be resilient. The next slides will show you the top skills that you need to be ready for the corporate world technically. Okay, so you will see here famous technical skills that most of the companies in the market right now are hiring. So let me start first with blockchain. Second is cloud computing. Number 3 is analytical reasoning. Number 4, artificial intelligence. Number 5, UX design. Next is business analysis. 7 is affiliate marketing. 8, scientific computing. 9, sales. And 10, video production. Actually, the list goes on, but these top 10 skills, you have to have at least 1 or 2 of these technical skills, and it will definitely make you, stand out amongst hundreds and thousands of applicants as you go and start your corporate world. Next one. I'm sharing with you here some of the best jobs for millennials. So let me start with data scientists. The data scientists basically are the one crunching data and providing insights, to normal people like us. Software engineers. The software engineers are very important nowadays. They are the one, developing all of these apps that you use in your phone and even in your laptop. Product managers, investment banking analysts, especially now that we have to be financially ready and financially smarter. Product designers. UX designer is actually new in the market. UX stands for user interface or user experience. So have you thought about why Facebook is very famous amongst people? It's because it's easy to use. The UX designer is really very good in terms of making sure that the app is easy to use. And all the other, famous applications that you have every day. So kudos to the UX designers of all those software apps. Java developer is the one that is developing the program or the application's back end. Systems engineer and software developers. So these are just some of the best jobs for millennials. Again, the list goes on and on. There's so many jobs, that you can take on the market, but it's very important that you always ask yourself first, what is your passion? Okay, let me share with you this open secret. So jobs differ based on industry. So there are 2 types of job in the corporate world. One is revenue generator. I'll explain that later. And supporting cast. Many freshers, or fresh grads generation tend to, compare themselves, For example, I completed summa cum laude from college. I'm expected that I am, landing in a very high-paying, very famous job, And then suddenly, a regular student of his batch also graduated, but not with Latin honors. And they end up, in the same position, with same level, and same salary. Why is it so? Is it really, happening? It happens, especially right now, because jobs differ based on the value of the job in that particular company. Let's have this as an example. Graphics designer is the role. So a graphic designer working for a graphics designing company is called a revenue generator job. And if you are a revenue generator, meaning you are the one bringing home the bacon, you have a direct impact to the revenue or to the income of the company. So the company basically will value you all the more. Your position is very important for that particular company because you're a graphic designer. Now, a graphic designer in a marketing department of a hospital is considered a supporting cast. Why? Because the revenue generator positions in a hospital are the doctors, the nurses, So those who take care of the patient, because the core business of the hospital is, taking care of the patient. So if you are to ask me, they have the same kind of position. It's just that they are from different industry. The graphic designer in a graphic design company may receive a higher compensation compared to this graphic designer who works in a hospital. Okay, so job differs based on the industry, but we have to, just find where we fit. So this will be the second to the last slide that I'm sharing with you. So as you glimpse in the corporate window, you have to ask these three basic questions. First is, what company do I want to be part of? Is it a small or a big company? I mentioned earlier that yes, it's good that to dream of becoming part of the top 100 Fortune companies in the Philippines, but always look at the bigger picture, that there's so many opportunities, so many companies also hiring at this point. So discern on yourself, what kind of company would you like to be part of? This is a personal experience. So when I am joining, company, I always look at the CSR activities, corporate social responsibility of a certain company. So I've been in the telco industry for about 12 or 15 years before I joined the banking industry, and it is actually a big leap for me, So when I joined, and it's the first time that I heard about Union Bank, I researched and I saw and learned from that research that Union Bank, as part of a Abaytis group, is the top company in terms of what's it, CSR funds, corporate social responsibilities. This is where it's a fund where they get to help out, to fund schools, to help out victims of calamities and all that. So for the last 3 years, they were awarded to as a top one of the contributor to the society, and it actually influenced me and motivated me all the more to join the company, because that's also where I wanted to be affiliated with, a company that serves, a company that does not only think of business, but at the same time how to also elevate lives, and fulfill dreams of the Filipinos. So that was 4 years ago, and I'm still enjoying and loving every bit of my stay in Union Bank, with all of the employee activities that we have in place. Okay, second question, what are my top skills? Again, ask yourself, after graduation or even after at this moment, you don't have much skills at this point. You remember one of my tips, diba? Hone your skills, continue to upskill, continue to retool yourself, So, but it's very important that you have basic skills like computer skills, marketing skills, or even sales skills, especially for those, who does online, even at home. You have to write down what are your top skills and continue to add more skills in your resume. And number 3 question, what work environment is best for me based on my personality and work style? So the same question that I asked in the first question, what company do I want to be part of? This is also the same question I asked. Is it the environment that I wanted to be, working with? Is the work style fits me, especially now that I'm a mom? So I need a work environment that is much more flexible, to also address the needs, or to also help me perform my job, as a mom. It is only in Union Bank that I'm able to bring my youngest kid in the office while I work. So not all companies allow that, because of how it somehow affects your focus, no? But I've proven more than enough. And the kind of environment, the kind of people, it's seeing through a corporate environment or seeing through a company, you can get that through the interviewer, that you get to interface with as you go through your application. So how does the interviewer looks, not really physically look, but how does he or she treats you as an applicant? Do you feel that the lightness of happiness? So you also have to sift through if the interviewer or the recruiter is very good in terms of assessing the behavior of the applicant. You as an applicant also have to take note and be conscious about your senses, no? So let all of your senses work as you go through the interview, and it will somehow give you tips whether you fit an environment. So there are also companies that allow probation period. So parang it's a testing period for a new hire and a company, so that the new hire can discern if the company is really for him, if the culture, the work culture, and the people really fits or can go with the jive and all of this. So these are all important questions to ask yourself. And don't worry if, for example, you join a company and then suddenly after 3 months or say 6 months, you wanted out because you feel that it's not, fitting your personality or work style. It's okay. Perfectly fine. But remember, don't hop from one job to another, because it also creates an impression that in terms of your decision making, you tend to jump on conclusions or perhaps decide on impulse. So you also don't want to create that particular impression on you. Okay, so this will be my last tip to everyone. And thank you for continuously, listening to me. Don't wait for opportunity to go knocking on your door. Go out and give it directions. You never know, you'll be that next CEO. Good morning and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ma'am Caberte from UnionBank. While Ms.
You're
Caberte,
welcome, sir.
while Ma'am Caberte was speaking a while ago, she mentioned about Neil Armstrong. It reminds me of my favorite line from Neil Armstrong. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I hope
Yes.
that this Career Talk webinar is a step towards a giant leap for our students. Thank you very much, Ma'am Caberte.
We're welcome, sir. We'll be sharing our email address for those students who would like to, schedule a career talk or perhaps a career conversations. We would love, to have one-on-one with your students. You can just visit us in our Facebook page, Careers at Union Bank. And just jump in questions related to careers. If you need tips, as you go through your interviews, we'll be, glad to accommodate everyone po.
Thank you for that, Ma'am Caberte. Since there are no questions, maybe we can proceed with our second session for today's Career Talk. Our second speaker comes from Northern Trust, and our speaker will tackle preparing resume, interviews, and professional development. But prior to this, prior to her or to his speech or talk, let us first have the AVP, the audio visual presentation, prior to the introduction of our second speaker.
Our clients are multidimensional, and it's the dimensions that really drive the complexity.
There are some common themes, but they have very unique circumstances that have to be taken into account.
And what makes them unique are all of those different issues. They have different family situations, they have different values.
The key to helping clients do more is to understand exactly where they want to go.
We're not just looking at your assets and how we're going to invest those. We want to understand what you want your wealth to do for you and for your family.
It's the kind of thoughtful relationship building that we practice here at our firm that it's a part of the culture that we're going to care about our clients.
We can all sell products, we can all pick up the telephone, but people need to understand your goals and your objectives. Once you do that, you can work together to be greater.
And we have a depth and a breadth of expertise that we can bring to our clients.
I'll tell you, there's probably nothing we haven't seen, no issue we haven't had to deal with.
A lot of it comes down to problem solving. It's just an intellectual curiosity.
How do we co-create something, and how do we collaborate so that we can be successful together?
Having people who can connect the dots is absolutely critical.
We are able to transcend geographical boundaries and product lines.
When I think about the increased integration of technology, primarily it comes down to better engagement with our clients.
Goals aren't static. Goals are going to change. And we're really invested in not only the expertise to deliver the advice around these goals, but the technology to enable this dynamic asset allocation and strategic alignment over time, I think truly sets Northern apart.
How do we help clients achieve greater?
The curiosity that we encourage of each other.
That emphasis that we have on service expertise and integrity, and expertise that comes from a really active, intentional form of listening.
Greater is confidence, greater is capability, and greater is being there for our clients and our communities.
We had a client that joined us recently, and after they chose Northern, I asked him why they picked us, and he said, "You asked us questions that nobody else did."
And
that is how we help our clients achieve greater.
All right, in addition, Northern Trust Corporation is a financial holding company which engages in provision of asset servicing, fund administration, asset management, fiduciary, and banking solutions for corporations, institutions, families, and individuals. And now, may I call on our second speaker from Northern Trust on the topic, preparing resume, interviews, and professional development. Let us all welcome the second speaker for today's Career Talk. Ma'am, with our apologies, we cannot hear you, ma'am. With our apologies, we cannot hear you. Our apologies, madam, we cannot hear you. All right. While we are, our apologies because we are encountering some technical problems. By the way, may I give you a bird's eye view or the services offered by Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. Our office serves students, especially the graduating students, by holding career talk every year. This career talk serves an opportunity for our students to scout for possible employers and in the near future. On the same token that our employers can look for future em- employees. Now, the alumni relations services also have the alumni relations and career development office also has the placement has placement services through career talks and career festivals. So for that, let us again welcome the speaker from Northern Trust.
Hello, good morning, Sir Carlos. This is Marga from Northern Trust. I will take
Hi,
over.
good morning, madam.
Hi, yeah, I will take over while Rizal can share the slides. Rizal, you can present. Sure. All right. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, Northern Trust, we will share you tips on creating your resume, preparing for interviews, and what would be the best practices. And last part would be professional development will be discussed by Anne, my colleague. All right, next slide, please. All right, so why do you think our resume is important? So we are all unique, just like everyone else, right? We have different interests, we're coming from different backgrounds, have different degrees, different hobbies. So creating a resume, right, distinguishes us from everyone. All right, so in the resume writing, there are important details that you need to show. So first, let us distinguish what is a resume. So a resume is a formal document. So it's a formal document because we submit this to different organizations, to different corporations, right? So it is a representative of yourself, and it shows suitability. So are you actually qualified for the role that you're applying for? And this is also where you will show additional information like what are your skills, what are your certifications, your degrees that you've graduated. However, even though you've presented yourself in this document, it does not guarantee a job, right? So your goal is to get the attention of the recruiter and also of the hiring manager, okay? So there are 5 important details that you need to present in your resume. So first would be your contact details, right? So of course, contact details, very straightforward. We need your name, phone number, email address, residence address. This displayed on your resume. I would recommend in the top part of your resume so that it is easy for recruiters and the hiring managers to see. One thing that I see when people put in the residence address, you do not need to put a full address. City and state would do. The reason is we want to see if it's feasible for you to commute from your house to the office, right? So of course we want you to have to be comfortable where you're working, right? So your office will be your second home. And also, if you do have a LinkedIn URL, if you have job street profiles, this is also a good detail that you could add. And there are some information that you don't need to add, like age, nationality. I also see candidates who who put in their parents' names, right? However, if you're applying for a flight attendant role, say, you could add in your height, right? So again, as what I've said, contact details, it's better to put it at the top of your resume. All right, so the second critical we should see is a summary statement, and then we also have a job. We also have an objective, right? So so what is a summary statement first? So it is just a brief paragraph that shows highlighting your skills, what makes you unique, why are you qualified for the job. So it's somewhat of movie trailer. It's just a summary of your big wins, right? So of course, since this is right, when you watch movies, when you watch a movie trailer, it really has to capture your attention, right? So this is very the same with a summary statement, right? And then we also have a career objective. So it is helpful if for fresh graduates like yourself, if you're new to the job market, you highlight your skills and requirements. What are your strengths, right? And also it also adds value. So when you highlight your skills, of course, it could be skills from your thesis, things from what you picked up in your school. Okay, so this summary statement and objective, it's not really a must to have in your resume, right? It is a good to have, right? So when I was screening resumes, some candidates, they have this, some they don't. So it's not really a must, right? So the third critical element, we have key skills. So this is short bulleted. This is where you highlight your hard skills, your soft skills. So let's say hard skills are Microsoft Office, Excel, those hard skills. And soft skills, we have teamwork, we have flexibility, attention to detail. So I would recommend to focus on your soft skills because this is very important in your work. Right, so you have gained skills in school, and these short skills are carried over until you continue working. Right, so like say for an example, me, I've learned leadership skills in school. I've also learned different skills, and until now I'm still working on them. So so what I'm saying is focus on your soft skills, right? So this one you could grow into it. And of course, match your skills to what appears in the job description. So again, review the job description. What are the details that, what are the skills that is needed here in the job that you're applying for, okay? All right, next slide, please. Right, so professional experience. So this is the most important part of the resume, right? As a recruiter speaking, this is wherein I focus all my attention to. So it is the meat of the resume. You need to focus. One of the common thing that I see when in resumes is people tend to just bullet points. What do they do in a day? Right, so they just enumerate their responsibilities. So for me, I like seeing, it's good if you put in the impact of your responsibilities. Let's say for an example, if for fresh graduates, right? All right, so I've joined in this organization, right? I was the president of this organization. This is the responsibility that I did, and the impact was this. I've got X number of attendees, and we were recognized by university. So, we want to see what was the impact of your responsibility. All right. So if you're experienced, start with the most recent position first, because that is what matters too. Okay. So of course, very straightforward. Include the name of the company, job title, dates of your employment for each position profile that you've included. All right, so internship for fresh graduates, yeah, it's good if you put an internship, any involvement organizations, and again, you can also include extracurricular activities if it's significant, right? The fourth, we have education. So very straightforward. What's your you graduated from PUP, but I would recommend to put in the full name of the school, so Polytechnic University of the Philippines, all right? And then of course you put in your degree, what the date that you started, even month and years ago, and then the date that you've graduated. We want to see your graduation date because of course we will employ you, of course, if you have already completed school, right? And then you're ready for employment. Right, so if it's no experience, it's fine. I'm sorry, if you have work experience.
All right, so let me take over from here. Okay, so these are this is the example of the resume that has the 5 critical elements. So starting with the contact information placed above or on top of your resume, on top of the document. And then next is a summary statement. Should be at the top of your resume as well. The key skills, as mentioned, this can be on bullet form. Next would be the professional experience. So as you can see, the most recent experience is on top of the work experience. And then lastly, the education. You have to indicate your degree as well as the school where you graduated from and the inclusive dates of your education. And if you have affiliations, you can also put it below the education below the education. So what are the do's and don'ts of the resume? Starting with the do's. So what you would like to achieve is to have a captivating profile so that you can be shortlisted for the role. Next would be achievement focused. No? So you would like your resume to be fit for the job that you're applying for. Next is the use of keywords. You have to consider the words that are being used on the job ads so that you will be more highly selected for the position or shortlisted to be exact. And the next would be the use of action verbs. So if you are now writing your duties and responsibilities, then the use of action verbs will help you further. And then next would be the style and format. Some companies have a required style or format of resume. So please consider that if you seen in their job ads that they are requiring you to do so. And then next would be adaptability. This should not be focusing just on the recruiter, but also it targets the hiring managers as well. So what another thing is another is the don'ts. Starting with the personal information, we don't need actually your age, nationality, height, weight, religion, and so on and so forth. So please omit that to your resume. Next would be the use of elaborate font and stationery. Actually, hindi naman kailangan na yung mga cursive kind of fonts. Arial, Times New Roman, Calibri will do. And then for the size, preferably at least 11 or 12. And then hindi na rin kailangan ng mga borders, ganyan. So, yun, make it a professional one or a more formal document. And then having too many pages, limit that to 1 to 2 pages only. And then the use of abbreviations and acronyms, since acronyms have different meanings from time to time, and it also differs from one organization to another. So you would like to elaborate that and do not use abbreviations and acronyms. Next is misspelled words. Since this is a formal document, you have to proofread this, the resume of yours before submitting or printing it. And then next, not using punctuation marks. Again, this is a formal document, hence the use of punctuation marks is a must. All right, so let us now proceed with the preparation for your interview. Say you've been invited now, no? Na-invite ka na for an interview. Ano yung mga dapat mong i-prepare aside from yourself? No? So, starting with an in-person interview. So, we have here photos in which you can see na they are dressed on a corporate or business attire. So, for the girls, please refer to your leftmost and second photo. If you're wearing a skirt, make sure na hanggang knee length yung haba niya. And then if you're not comfortable in wearing skirt, don't worry because you can also use slacks since this is still considered as a business style. For the guys, you can wear a long sleeve and a necktie, or you can also use your blazers to top it off. And always wear closed shoes to say that this is a business style attire. All right. So same with for a video interview, since most of the companies right now are conducting a video interview. So since half of your body is being seen on the webcam, so you would like to still look professional or on the business attire during a video interview. So still the same attire will do for a video interview. So how about the interview questions? These are the most interview questions that you may come along the way. So starting with a question, tell me about yourself. So when you were being asked to tell about yourself, you have to understand first the job description, and then you relate your past work and school related experience. So you don't have to reiterate what is written on your resume, but put it into your own words as you tell about yourself. Next is do not mention personal information, since this is not needed in you as you are applying for the position. And then do not reiterate what is being already written on your resume. Next question that you may encounter would be, why do you want to work for us? So this is the time where you have to do your research first before attending the interview. What is the business of this organization that you're being invited to? Ano yung products na sinesell nila? What are the services that they are providing, and who are their clients? So yung mga ganong information is very much needed to your interview. Hence the use of Google, the use of LinkedIn if they have a LinkedIn profile, the use of going to their company website and visiting their profile in JobStreet will help you understand the kind of business or to know more about the company that you're applying for. And it's a no-no na hindi mo alam kung ano yung industry ng company na ina-applyan mo. Next question is, what is your understanding for the role? So since on job ads, sa job ads, ini-indicate naman ano yung magiging responsibilities mo, ano yung ine-expect from you. So you have to understand that, understand the role, the responsibilities, ano yung qualifications na hinihingi niya, ano yung mga skills and knowledge na kailangan for the role. So you have to understand that and relate that to yourself. And don't give vague answers, since this will not convince your interviewer that you are actually right for the role or for the job. Next question is, why do you want this job? You have to demonstrate to them that you have researched the company or your target employer. So i-match mo lang kung ano yung knowledge mo, ano yung skills na meron ka into what they are looking for. Other questions that are related to character are describe yourself. So it's actually something like, tell me about yourself then. No? So you have to tell them ano yung experience mo, ano yung skills na meron ka, and what can you contribute for the company. And then next are what are your strengths and weaknesses. So during your internship, meron ka namang evaluation from your supervisor so you can get ideas from there. And then this is the time that you reflect to yourself as well. Ano yung mga kaya mo at hindi mo kaya and mga room for improvement mo. So this is where you should answer those. Next question would be, tell me about an accomplishment that you are most proud of. So in doing so, you have to do the STAR method. So starting from the situation, ano yung nangyari, and then ano yung ginawa mo, no, to overcome that particular obstacle, and then ano yung naging result niya. So next would be where do you see yourself in 5 years? This pertains to your
Hello, Rizal.
Madam, excuse me, madam. We lost you again. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, ma'am.
Hello, Rizal.
Our apologies, madam. We cannot hear you.
there. So first, do not be late. Come at least 10 to 15 minutes before your scheduled interview. So if hindi ka familiar sa location nung office building, then you can use Waze, Google Maps, or even Sakai.ph to help you navigate the location. And then if it's going to be a video interview, it would be best if you connect at least 5 to 10 minutes before your schedule so that you can check the technicalities as well. And the technicalities. And then next, research. Again, you have to familiarize yourself prior to going to the interview so that hindi siya maging cause kung bakit ka malilate sa interview. And hindi mo naman gustong yun ang maging impression sa'yo ng interviewer, right? Okay, next is do not forget to bring your requirements. So say, for example, you're applying for a graphic artist role and you're being asked to bring your portfolio. You don't want to ask your interviewer to open pa your online portfolio. So if pinagdadala ka nila, so huwag mong kalimutan yan. And then next, dress appropriately. Kanina nabanggit na natin ano yung mga tamang attire when it comes to attending a physical interview or a video interview. So dress appropriately. Next is be confident. Greet the interviewer with a smile. It will help you as well release the tension if you were able to smile even just a little to your interviewer. And then shake their hand if you have to. No? So it gives them the impression that you are a professional person. And next, maintain an eye contact. Since your eyes is the window of your soul, then you can actually tell if you're telling a lie or you're giving me an honest question just by looking at your eye. And then lastly, be direct and give honest answers. You don't want to going round the circles, no? Pero hindi naman nami-meet yung gustong sabihin. So Please be direct and give honest answers. And lastly, also, say thank you to your interviewer since you were given the chance to be screened for the role. Since sa dinabi-dami ng applicants, no, isa ka sa napili to have to be screened for the role. So, isang malaking bagay na yon. Right? So, I'll be now passing the floor or the mic rather to my colleague Anne to discuss about professional development.
Yeah, thank you, Razel. Can you all hear me? I know we had tech issues earlier.
Yeah, we can afford to hear you, madam. We can afford to hear you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you also.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Baluskang, and I am part of Northern Trust HR Talent Acquisition Team. So I've been with Northern Trust for more than 6 years. I joined different functions in Northern Trust prior to joining HR. So I am part of workplace services or the facilities admin team. After that, I became an admin assistant to the country executive, and now I am the HR onboarding coordinator. So there's really a great development. My colleague Razel just discussed some tips about resume writing and interview preparation, which is really helpful, especially for graduating students. And now I am going to discuss on how to achieve professional development in the workplace. And it's always good to be part and to find a company that supports your growth and promotes professional development, like Northern Trust, of course. But what is professional development? Okay, so it is how you improve your skills, and one of its goal is to gain more experience. Once you graduate, it doesn't mean that you stop learning. It's a continuous learning process. The first thing that you must do is to set your goal. So either individually or maybe collaborate within your team. The more the ideas, the more the opinions, the more the knowledge you gain. And as you can see on your screen, some good examples to develop your skills are mentoring, consultation, coaching. And but why is it important to develop goals? I mean, to set your professional development goals. As I've mentioned earlier, this is to improve your skills and also to encourage skills improvement, gives initiative to work hard and motivate you. It also enhances your value, and of course, this is to advance you in your role and remain relevant in your career field. No one wants to be stuck in a role for so long, right? As they say, knowledge is power, and who doesn't want a promotion? Or you could also change your career based on your new abilities gained. So let's discuss some examples of professional development. Razel, next slide, please. Okay, so let's discuss some examples of professional development goals. And of course, it should be SMART. I know you've heard this a million times, but I just want to highlight how important to be smart when it comes to setting up your goals. SMART stands for S for specific, M for measurable, A for attainable, R for realistic, and T for time bound. So the first example is to complete a professional certificate or degree. But of course, it's important that it is related in your field, accounting and finance. So continuing education improves your current skills. You may want to pursue a master's or any professional certificate, maybe CFA, CMA exam for finance graduate, or online programs, especially this pandemic. Just go for it. There's actually a lot of medium and institutions that offers evening classes to accommodate work schedules because learning is a never-ending process. And then the second one is to develop your communication skills. Okay, both verbal and written communications are very important. You know what? When I started with Northern Trust, I was very open during my interview that I may have some challenges speaking straight English, considering that I will be part of HR. Di ba sabi nila, pag HR ka, dapat magaling ka mag-English. I did grow up in an environment wherein we just speak pure Tagalog and Ilocano. So my English is baluktot. So during the time, my interviewer was my hiring manager. And instead of judging me, he encouraged me to take English training courses online, read English books, watch movies, English movies, and so on. So when I got accepted on this role, my manager enrolled me to some of the training classes, English training classes that Northern Trust offers, like presenting effectively and public speaking. So that really helped me a lot because I won't be able to speak in front of you if I didn't help myself. And the third one is work well on a team. It's very important to work well on a team efficiently because it shows that your manager or your supervisor can depend on you. Be involved, work on projects, take initiatives, and organize meetings to discuss your progress. And of course, just a reminder that when you attend to meetings, make sure you listen to everyone carefully. You take down notes, offer your suggestions and recommendations, and always consider everyone's ideas because that can help to increase collaboration during group projects and meetings. And then the fourth one is to enhance your networking skills. So what is networking? Hindi lang ito yung yayayain ka for coffee, but it's developing professional relationships and connections within your network to have more opportunities and of course to advance your career. You can start by a simple conversation with a new coworker, right? Attending meetings and social events hosted by your professional association. You can ask your company to help you with that one because that is a great way to connect with people in your field and will build a stronger professional network. And the fifth one is always ask for feedback. To whom? It can be from your manager or from a team member. But why? Because this is a good way to see how others perceive you, and it's always helpful to determine what skills you should develop or to work on. Like for example, you might want to consider setting a goal. It could be projects or process improvement initiative. And you can always check with few colleagues every quarter, or that depends on the goal of the project or the timeline of your goal. They should be able to provide constructive feedback that and where you excel. Isn't it exciting how you would know your weaknesses and strengths and you would be able to work on it? So I can assure you, you'll get the best results at the end of the day. And number 6 is learn how other departments. Rizal, we are on slide number 35. Sorry about that. And number 6 is learn how other departments function and always have time to learn your business acumen. So what is business acumen? It's the overall big picture understanding of the business model. You should learn how your role or your department affects other function because you are all serving one main goal. And that is by fulfilling your mission and vision of your organization. Sometimes what is best for your organization and you personally is to look beyond yourself to other departments that play a part in its success. And then the last one, number 7, volunteer to learn new technology. You, the young generation, has the great advantage on this one since almost everything around you is about technology. You all have the access to new technologies. Learning the new software or programs related to your field shows that you are willing to embrace new technology and maximize productivity. You can also share your knowledge to your supervisors or within your team, and that would really that would be a great contribution for some process improvement within your team. And then I'd like to show you this quote. I want to share this quote from Jim Rohn. Razel, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, personal development, the never-ending chance to improve not only yourself, but also to attract opportunities and affect others. And also, I just want to give an overview about Northern Trust, who we are and what we do. I hope we still have enough time. Okay. So Northern Trust has been providing client-centric financial institutions for 131 years. Our vision is to be our clients' most trusted financial partner, consistently creating long-term value for all our stakeholders. So a number of factors are key to achieving this. Our focus on core business is asset servicing, asset management, and wealth management. This is different from many of our banking peers who focus on more volatile activities such as investment banking, underwriting mortgage loans to subprime borrowers, or leverage lending to hedge funds. Our record of long-term profitable growth, while many competitors have experienced consolidation over the long term we have experienced. So we are and intend to remain one of the most highly respected institutions in the world. For example, named a world's most ethical company by the Ethisphere Institute for the fourth consecutive year, and among America's best banks by Forbes both in 2017 and just this year. So our core principles, service, expertise, and integrity. So here at Northern Trust, we also celebrate the rich diversity of our people. We have an unwavering commitment to fostering a diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment for all, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and other individual differences. So we recognize that the broad array of perspectives that result from acquiring, developing, and retaining a globally diverse workforce is a crucial leverage for us to maintain excellence and innovation in both business practice and our community engagement. Northern Trust has been identified as one of the companies with the greatest level of admiration in the world. We received the perfect score of 100% on the 2019 Corporate Equality Index, and now our 13th consecutive year. We are also ranked number one by Forbes as the number one employer for diversity. And also to support our global business. Next slide, please, Razel. Thank you. To support our global business strategy, Northern Trust sponsors a number of business resource councils that help to ensure our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and innovation is embedded in the fabric of Northern Trust. So we have Women in Leadership, LGBTQ plus Anti-Pride, Advancing Professionals Resource Council, Working Families, Disability Network, Corporate Social Responsibility. We also have that one, Productivity Council, and sports and socials. So recently we just had our some of our engagement activities, sign on language, sharing experiences, and of course the very famous bring out the plantita and plantito in you, which is very famous in social media. And we also had a podcast, Strive to Thrive, and the famous Mobile Legends tournament. So we really have a lot of engagement in Northern Trust that you can be involved and that will develop your personal skills. And I think that would be all from us today. And it's a great opportunity to share some knowledge and to share an overview about Northern Trust. And I do hope you learned something from us. And you can all visit our careers website at northerntrust.careers.com to learn more about Northern Trust. And on behalf of Northern Trust, I'd like to thank you and stay safe, everyone. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Ma'am Razel and Ma'am Julie, for sharing us your insights on preparing resume, interviews, and professional development. Now, may I share a very short insight when I was interviewed for my first job during my time. During my time, it's very hard to settle for a job if you don't have any experience during my time. But how did I answer the interviewer in my interview? The interviewer asked, how come that you are applying and we prefer applicants which have experience? We are only two. The one has an experience. I don't have an experience. And I put it this way, sir, I might not have the experience, but why don't you give me a chance to be a part of your organization? I might be an asset in your organization. Sa dear participants, sa palagay nyo, sino po ang natanggap sa kwento ko? Siyempre, may experience yung isa, ako po yung walang experience. Siyempre, ako po yung natanggap kasi kwento ko po ito. Joke lang po. Right, let us now proceed on our third session for today. Our third session for today comes from Ramon F. Garcia and Company. But before I introduce the third speaker for today, let us watch and glance at the AVP, the audiovisual presentation of Ramon F. Garcia and Company.
This This is a story you helped write. It's about momentum. It's a story about the last 5 years, with roots stretching back generations before that. It's a story about building agility, trust, and transparency. About service and strong performance, improved productivity, and an expanding global footprint. It's the story of a team built on a foundation of confidence and trust. People who come together to see beyond borders and reach beyond limitations. It's a worldwide workforce that understands its own strengths and commits to growth as a practice. A story about being responsive to changing client demands with expanded service offerings and a broadened portfolio. It's a story about those who put relationships at the center of everything, competing successfully with compassion in an aggressive global landscape. The chapters in this story span the planet and cross cultural lines, reminding us that a common set of core values allows us to not only reach across borders, but to transcend them. It's a story about 5 years of consecutive growth without sacrificing integrity or authenticity. The story of the now 8th largest global network of independent audit and advisory services firms in the world. It's a story about standing at the pinnacle of success, taking a deep breath, then seeking out the next mountain to climb. This is a story of more than 200 member firms in 130 countries, all committed to a common brand and a singular vision. This is the story of our network. What will we write next?
All right. In addition, Garcia and Company is an accountancy and consultancy firm based in the Philippines with a legally registered general professional partnership that has been operating for many years now, with 5 areas of expertise in accounting and finance services: audit, tax, advisory, risk, and outsource. And now, may I call on the 5th speaker for today, that comes from Ramon F. Garcia and Company. Let us all welcome the representative with the topic Character and Personality Development.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm really so excited to be one of your speakers in today's Career Talk. For your information, I taught in PUP for 6 semesters, starting first semester of school year 1982 and 1983, teaching auditing, financial accounting, and taxation. And then PUP has a special place in my heart. I'm praying and hoping that my talk with you can make an impact in your life. When my talent attraction and development director told me that I will be the one to speak to you, I asked myself what kind of topic will inspire you to pursue your dreams and achieve your goals. Then I began to read the suggested topics prepared by the Admin Relations and Career Development. In the process of developing my talks, I realized that in order to best illustrate character, it would be better for me to share my experiences with you when I started to build my career in the company, which is now Ramon F. Garcia and Company, or Crowe, Philippines. In my more than 45 years of experience in employment, business, and dealings with academe, I have observed that our educational system produces more of employees rather than entrepreneurs. This is the reason why after college, graduates seek employment rather than setting up their own business or develop a career plan to become practicing professional, which is also the same as doing your own business or being an entrepreneur. At this juncture, allow me to share my journey as to how we are able to build Ramon F. Garcia and Company, CPAs, as one of the premier accounting firm in the Philippines. First, let me begin with my family background. I'm sure many of you will be able to relate from my experience. I was born from a poor family in Tondo, Manila. We are squatting in the land owned by the Manotok family. I only lived with my parents for 10 years because of our poverty. I, I stayed with one of my brothers when I was in grade 5, and then to my oldest brother when I was in high school. I have experienced to eat one meal a day, rice with patis or sugar as viand, or rice in a coffee. In spite of this hardship, my outlook is always positive, not looking at my current situation, but on what I could become to be. At a very young age, about 18 years old, I was given a very big responsibility. My brother set up a mini grocery store, of which he put me in charge of almost everything. Almost. That means buying and selling. So even at 18 years old, I went to Divisoria to buy and really do merchandising work. I never complained, but instead accept the challenge and take full responsibility of the selling and buying. In college, I was a working student at Far Eastern University, working from 6 a.m. and going to school at 4 p.m. It is really tough. But again, I survived because of my positive attitude, looking at my current situation as temporary and very certain of myself that I will succeed in my career. Accounting is not what I want. I want to take up chemical engineering, but my brother said, get commerce, major in accounting. He said accounting is essential in business. Since I don't have money, I obliged and set my mind that accounting is good for me and I will take it. After 4 years, I graduated and I took the board exam in 1976, and the result of this was released in August 1977. So I passed the board in August 1977. 3 months after taking the board exam in October 1976, I resigned from my brother's business and worked with Carlos J. Valdez and Company. That's the #2 accounting firm during that time in the Philippines. I put my heart in every assignment given to me to a point that I became very different from my co-employees. And because I'm so different, I was easily recognized. Because of this, my performance was easily recognized, and in less than 2 years, the responsibility given to me was for senior level. I was never promoted, but I was promoted with additional responsibility. I never complained about my salary, not commensurate with the responsibility given, but for me, giving me difficult responsibilities is enough recognition, because not everybody has the opportunity to be given that kind of situation. At that time, I had full understanding of what delayed gratification is. Why? Because I know that those experiences and those responsibilities I can use in the future. At that point, I am aiming to become one of the partners of Carlos J. Valdez. But God had a different plan for me. After working for 4 years at CJB, never promoted to be senior in spite of big responsibility, I encountered some values differences between me and the firm. And because of this, I resigned from the firm. And I never entertained failure. In my resignation, I don't have worries or any doubt about my future. I never entertained failure in my mind. I took the bold step to form my own accounting firm at age 26. In March 1, 1981, I started my own practice. So it is really a bold step. I started with zero, except for one ream of letterhead, a box of calling card, a telephone, and a borrowed table in a rented apartment. And I got one client. That is all when I started. The turning point in my life, also in that same year, I became a Christian. And this became a turning point in my career and in my life as well. From then on, my whole perspective changed. I realized I was too much in a hurry, but that's not how God operates. Everything in His own time. In 1982, I started to teach at PUP, handling auditing classes for graduating students. Many of my students work with me, with our firm as trainees, with some of them working for more than 10 years. Just like in any business, starting a practice is no joke. The initial 5 years are tough, and the income generated by practice may not be enough to augment my income and to keep my family afloat. My wife and I have to do other businesses like selling shorts, pants, underwear, shoes, and toys, and anything that we can sell. I have to do this so that I will be able to reinvest the profits of our practice to the firm. Take note, to reinvest, in order to ensure its continuous growth and to finance our expansion, both in terms of human resources as well as physical facilities. Hard work, determination, focus, excellence, and integrity keeps the firm to constantly grow. Now, the fruit of our hard work, determination, focus, and integrity, these are the characters. So from solo practice to 6 partners firm and growing, from 1 client to almost 1,000 active clients, from no staff to around 150 staff, a mid-tier firm, from micro firm to mid-tier firm, from 1 office to multi-location, local clients to local and international clients, from an unknown firm to one of the leading Philippine accounting firms. Now, let me tell you about our company. Okay. So, why Crowe Philippines? Why do you have to choose Crowe? So, as presented, this is a more updated presentation because our video was made in 2018. So we are 8th largest in the world. We are 251 firms globally, 805 offices globally. We have about 36,450 employees, 5th largest in Asia Pacific, and our revenue globally is 3.8 billion in last year. So we are large enough to cope, small enough to care. So we are within the top 10 largest accounting firm in the Philippines, organized in 1981, 150 employees. We have 2 offices, and we are opening our next branch in Cebu. If not for the pandemic, we should have opened it. And then we have a multidisciplined, highly specialized partners. So briefly, our vision and mission. RFG and Company's vision and mission is it is a socially responsible, top-notch global professional accountancy firm applying Christian values and principles and technology in assisting and helping clients' business grow and providing our staff with excellent professional growth and above industry remuneration. So this is our vision and mission. And our core values, we call our core values as high tide, humility, integrity, teamwork, industry, determination, and excellence. So we fulfill all your professional needs. So in case you will be working with us, these are the professional services that we render. We have audit services, tax services, corporate advisory, risk advisory, wealth management, and growth consultancy. So in short, except for the size of the clients, the Big Four, we also perform almost every Big Four services, except that they have bigger clients. So our clients' industry profile, basically almost all except for big banks, but almost all. So in terms of experiences, you can have a lot of experiences in different industries. Now, if you are a client, why you should select Ramon F. Garcia and Company as the service provider? Of course, we espouse service excellence. We do service beyond the ordinary, like we make the ordinary extraordinary. We are highly professionalized and we have a highly talented professional team. We do value for business. We have strong audit track record and strong and experienced leadership. Now, for you, our prospective professional, why you should choose Ramon F. Garcia and Company for your career growth. Of course, we will have extensive on-the-job training. In terms of, for the first 2 years, our professional perform much better than other professional in the bigger firm, because we provide more experience. Okay. Then we train locally and abroad. We have postgraduate scholarship, 100% scholarship. If you work with us in 5 years, then you are entitled to, of course, subject to qualification, and we provide 100% tuition fee, including your salary when you are in furlough. And then we provide wide range of industry exposure. We also have staff exchange or secondment program. You can be, if some of our network partners abroad needs some professional, then we can have an exchange program. We also have very competitive benefit and compensation package. Family atmosphere here, you can really relate, and we're like just one big happy family. And you can also be you can be potentially you can become a partner. Okay, so when you work in the company, okay, some are saying it all depends on your vision, on what you want. If you align yourself with our vision and mission, and you are also in agreement as far as the values are concerned, then you can be a potential client. But in case that based on what you feel that you only want this much, then you can practice and then you can go a career. You can also practice on your own, but definitely, which some of our staff are doing, but on a smaller scale basis. Okay, or from this to another company. But mind you, as I told in my opening statement, very few really wants to do business. Practicing a profession is entrepreneurial because you have to take a lot of risk. So if you are a professional and you practice, you are really doing business and you contribute more to the economy of the country. Okay. Now, in summary, since my topic is character, let me show you based on the discussion, and I just want to show practical consideration as far as the character is concerned, because if I talk about just plain character, it would be hard for you because a lot of things you can read. But in summary, as I had told you, I never complain but accept responsibility with gladness in heart. So this is a character trait because who wants to work with a complainer? Mahirap kasama yung reklamador, both in your peers and with your employer. Always maintain positive attitude in whatever situation you are in. Kahit mahirap kami, never kong inisip na kawawa. At never kong inisip that I am poor or I am in poverty. I always maintain positive attitude. It is very, very important. Have a mindset of a successful person. Kanya kahit na merong downfalls yan, but since ang framework ko is I will be successful, naka-mindset na ako, lahat ng action ko is toward being successful. In everything you do it with passion. Kailangan passionate kayo as I am doing it. When I perform services, my client, our client can see the passion in everything that we are doing. And that's the reason why they trusted us. In the same token, if you can see, if the boss can see that you are passionate in what you do, then you will be different, then you can be easily recognized. Then this one, I think this one is really very hard, especially for the millennials and the zillennials. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification is far better than sense of entitlement, especially if you are employed. And mostly, many of the employer does not want to really deal when you start complaining na piso lang ang binigay mo sa akin, piso lang din ang ibibigay kong sweldo sa bibigay kong trabaho sa iyo. But sabi nga, sowing and reaping, the more you sow, kung mas marami kang tinatrabaho, kahit na maliit lang ang bayad sa iyo, sooner or later, you will be recognized because of the principle of what you sow, you shall reap. And it will not be good for an employer it is foolish on the part of the employer not to recognize good performer. Because if you will not recognize good performer, sooner or later, this good performer will leave the company and you lose a very good asset. And that's why it is very important, this aspect of delayed gratification. Okay? Number 6, never entertain failure. Failure is just part of your journey to your destination. What is important is learn from your failure. Kailangan alam mo kung paano tumayo pagka nadapa ka. Dahil pagka hindi ka na bumangon, you will never reach your destination. And then of course, hard work. Without hard work, sabi nga sa Proverbs, hard work produces wealth. Okay? Kanya, sino, kahit mga kasamahan mo sa trabaho, sino ang may gusto na ang kasama mo tamad? Siyempre, ang gusto mo, pag may kasama ka, ang gusto mo, hardworking, masipag. And then, you should be determined. So, yung bang pag may inumpisahan ka, kailangan mong tapusin. Lalo na kung may deadline ka. You have to be very determined in everything that you do. If you have a vision and if you have a plan, you have to be determined to make it happen. And then focus. Okay? You have to be focused. Imagine mo if you're running at 100 kilometers per hour. Di ba kailangan mo ang focus? Kailangan mo focus on the road. Pag lingon ka ng lingon at ang takbo mo mabilis, delikado ka. And if you are double vision, it would be hard for you to reach your destination. And that's why focus is very, very important. Excellence. So we define excellence as doing small things, quality work on the smallest thing, because big things comprises of small things. So if the small things are of quality, are of excellence, it follows that the bigger things would be excellent. Okay. Number 11, integrity. You have to have integrity, because without integrity, you will never be able to sustain your success. It is integrity that will sustain your success. I remember, I don't know if you had studied, if you are an accountant, if you had studied Arthur Andersen. During that time, I think it's in 2004, Arthur Andersen suffered an integrity issue. An 87-year-old company, in less than 6 months, it is wiped out. It no longer existed. It was dissolved in less than 6 months. A company built for 87 years, in less than 6 months, it is gone. Why? Because of integrity issue. And that's the reason why it is integrity that will sustain your success. Of course, you also need financial discipline. Okay? Sa umpisa, when you're doing it, kung ano lang ang kaya mo, yun lang ang gastahin mo, kung magkano kinita mo. And it has to start, even if you don't have business, even at this point in time, personal yan, kailangan kung anong kaya mo, yun lang ang gastusin mo. At mag-save ka. And last and the most important thing is you have to trust God, because of God's promise. God's promise is that all of us, as in all, lahat ng tao, God wishes all to be successful. Wala siyang wish na tao ay maghirap, lahat. That's why it is very, very important that we trust God. My parting words. I think ito, napaka-importante rin. Because sabi nga, as a man thinketh, so is he. So ito, your thoughts, everything, all action starts from thought. Your thoughts will lead into your actions. And your actions will form your habits. Your habits will develop your character. And your character determines your destiny. Therefore, guard your thoughts. Napaka-importante. Lahat nag-uumpisa sa pag-iisip. Okay? Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not for your human masters. Because if you do this, no matter who your human master is, it will not matter to you. You will perform the same, or you will work the same excellently, because our God deserves the best. Thank you very much. And if you have some questions and answer, I can entertain some question and answers if my time will permit.
All right. For our participants, if you have at least one question, you can your question Sir Ramon Garcia is more than willing to entertain your question. Now, we are all inspired by our speakers today from the first, second, and third, I hope. And of course, I'm pretty sure that the fourth and fifth speakers will have the same expertise as our speakers. For the talk of Mr. Garcia is very inspirational, and he said, trust God is very important, of course. I myself, I always tell to myself also, do your best and God will take care of the rest. Don't do your best and God will wait for the rest. Let us put God first in everything we do, and he will crown our efforts with glory. So let us now proceed with our the fourth session for today's career talk. Our speaker for today on the fourth session comes from Teletech. But prior to the introduction, let us have a glance at the audiovisual presentation of Teletech.
I am the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services. I'm Engineer Florinda Echoquinto, so I'm the Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office.
I'm Carlos Garcia. You can call me Aloy or Carlos. And I am the Chief for Alumni Relations Services.
I'm Professor Jane Puma. I'm currently the Chief for the Career Development and Placement Office.
I'm Rommel Kiko Moldero, Executive Director for Talent Acquisition. Teletech is going through a lot of expansions right now. There's just so many opportunities that are available, not just in the agent positions, but also in our non-agent positions. So I know that the graduates that you guys are producing are top-notch and sought after. Graduates of PUP are like the most employable, and I've seen that.
I'm JJ. I'm actually part of the TA marketing as well, heading the executions team. We're really excited about this partnership, and we look forward to not just employing your students, of course, right? But there are some other opportunities that we can work on. I mean, at the end of the day, I know that our main goal is to make sure that we provide opportunities for your graduates, right? And perhaps your alumni at the same time.
So more than just tapping them when they graduate, we actually become part of developing them to be prepared.
In addition,
we would like to be really involved in many of these activities and many of the things that we can be of assistance to you.
Right. In addition, Teletech is a leading global customer experience technology and services company focused on the design, implementation, and delivery of transformative customer experience for many of the world's most iconic and disruptive brands. Good people, better opportunities, best values, our Teletech experience for you. That would be the topic for our fourth session. And let us all welcome the speaker from Teletech.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so my name is Rainer Arcilia. I'm actually the senior manager for talent acquisition, and basically, my team is responsible in terms of hiring and recruiting people for our company. So the topic that I'm going to discuss is basically about our company and the opportunities that you can get working in the BPO industry. Now, I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. Okay, so I just want to check if everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can see you and hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Welcome.
so first and foremost, the item that I want to discuss in terms of working in the BPO industry is the advantages that you can get working in a call center or in the BPO. Number one of the things that most people are actually applying for is the higher compensation at the entry level. So call centers or the BPO industry actually offers a higher compensation for entry level position compared to other industries. In fact, in the call center, the entry level package that you can get is between 15 to 20,000 pesos. This is depending as well on the account or the program that you're going to get into. So basically right now, I'm just talking about yung opportunities sa operations. This does not yet include yung possible opportunities that you can get for other departments within the organization or within the industry. Okay. So next, another thing that the BPO industry offers is better benefits for employees. So most call centers actually offer various allowances such as food allowance, transportation allowance, clothing, rice allowance, and right now, due to the pandemic, we are also offering internet allowances or internet stipends, just to make sure that even if our employees are working at home, they're not going to worry about paying for their internet because it's going to be covered by the company. Okay. Other than that, there's the night differential. So by Philippine law, whenever you work during the night, you actually get sort of like a night differential. So it's a pay on top of the basic salary that you're going to get. Normally, based on Philippine law, it's around 10%. But in the call center industry, some are offering around 15 to 20%. With Teletech, we actually offer 20%. So if let's say you'll be working in between hours ng 10 ng gabi hanggang 7 ng umaga, covered kayo nung benefit na yon, yung night differential. Okay. Now, other than that, there's also various time offs that can be provided to the employees. Normally, you don't have to wait to become a regular employee bago mo magamit yung mga vacation leaves and sick leave mo. At times, on your third month, you will be allowed to make use of those benefits already. So, by standard, minsan ang makukuha mo is around 10 to 12 vacation leaves and 10 to 12 na sick leave. Other companies, they combine that and they call it PTO or personal time off. So if ever ko combine mo yun, that's about around 20 to 24 paid time off that you can use throughout the year. Okay. Another thing that we offer at the onset, so once you sign the contract with us, normally we provide already an accident life insurance at the onset. Okay, this is to ensure that for as long as you're working with in the company, if anything happens to you, God forbid, at least you have the insurance to cover some of those things. Okay. Other than that, nag-offer din ang BPO industry or ang mga call centers ng what you call health cards or the HMO. So the HMO covers normally the employee and first dependent. Tapos you can enroll additional dependents on top of that. Okay. Yung HMO, you can actually magagamit niya just in case kunwari magkasakit kayo or ma-hospital. So instead of you guys paying the total amount that you're going to pay sa hospital, normally it can be covered by your HMO card. Okay. Another thing with some companies, and this is dependent sa position, Some would offer dental and optical reimbursements. Okay, some offer educational reimbursements as well. So take for instance, you're in a certain position sa Teletech. Let's say you're part of training or you're part of human resources recruiting, and then you wish to take up masters para in a sense, advance yung learning mo. So for as long as you meet the criteria that is going to that Teletech is going to give you, there's a possibility for you to reimburse yung educational yung education na tinake mo in order for you to enhance your skills. Okay. Other than that, we also provide opportunities to grow and career advancement. Now, with our company, there is this thing that we call the T-Tech U or the Teletech University. And basically that platform actually contains all of the necessary training that you would like to go into that would be dependent on the career path that you're going to take. Take for instance, kung nasa operations ka, you want to be a team leader. So there are different workshops and seminars and learning sessions that you can attend in order for you to help develop your leadership skills and to become, let's say, a team leader. Or if, let's say, you want to go to payroll, to accounting, to finance, to human resources, there are certain training modules and curriculums as well that you can take in order for you to enhance and develop your skills, so that way you can move to the other departments that we have within the organization. Now, the good thing about working in a company such as Teletech and other BPO in this and other call centers is that with some industries, normally it would take you about 5 years in order for you to move up the ladder. So kung kunyari, you're in a rank and file, at times it would take you 5 years to become, let's say, level 2 of the position, or probably an assistant supervisor or supervisor. With the BPO industry, because it's fast-paced and because there are a lot of people actually working in the industry, at times the career growth or the career advancement is faster. So there are instances wherein people in a span of 6 months after being regularized, they can apply for, let's say, a higher position or a position in a different department or different industry. Different department. So with that, in a span of from 6 months to 3 years, there's an opportunity for you to move up the ladder. In fact, in our company, there are some people who, in a span of 3 years, gets promoted twice or thrice in 3 years. So from being an agent, they become an operations manager in 3 years. And normally may different layers yan. There's coach, there's team leader, assistant manager, operations manager. Pero yung mga yon, if you're performing very well, if you love or you're passionate about what you're doing, then chances are there's an opportunity for you to become an operations manager in a span of 3 years. Okay. Other than that, BPO companies actually offer great amenities and provide work-at-home solutions during pandemic. Now, if you're going to work on site and if you're going to work in in the location, there are some sites that provide you entertainment facilities. So meron minsan TV, there's going to be billiard tables, there's going to be video games that you can make use of for you to relax or have a good time while working in the company. Okay. At the same time, since most of the people work during the graveyard schedule, of course, merong mga times na medyo inaantok yung mga tao. So we also have sleeping quarters that our employees can make use of just for them to take, let's say, a 1 hour, 2 hours na nap in order for them to rejuvenate para makabalik sila dun sa kanilang ginagawa. Okay? For the work-at-home solution, this is actually one of the things that I'm proud about our companies because we were able to find a solution during the pandemic. explain ko later kung ano yung ginawa namin nun. But with that, we were able to help our employees, bring their work at home. So that way, hindi sila natatakot in terms of magkakaroon ng sakit or yung issues ng COVID. At least on their end, they are able to continue earning, to continue doing their job in the safety of their own own place. Okay. Last is companies such as Teletech offer work-life balance. So when you say work-life balance, it means that you are able to spend time with your family, with your friends after work. So ibig sabihin nun, kumbaga hindi kakainin yung buong oras mo ng pagtatrabaho. And the good thing about working in a graveyard schedule is that as soon as you're done with the shift, at times you can spend your time with your family, with your friends right after your shift. Then after that, you can actually take a sleep para at least you can rejuvenate yourself para sa susunod na shift. For support positions, so yung mga coming from other departments, normally the schedule is during the day shift. So it means that you get to spend your work during the day shift, but at the same time spend quality time with your family and your friends afternoon or at night. Okay. Now, the call center industry, Teletech in particular, offer jobs for fresh graduates and students. So we're not a company that we actually accept people who have at least 2 years of college, natapos nila at least 2 years in college. So there are times when we also have working students that are able to adjust their schedule at school, so that way they can work during the night. Some of the jobs that we offer in our company would be number one, the customer service position, which is normally the one with the most number of openings that we have. So this would include customer inquiries, billing, sales, order taking. Minsan there's also payment and collections. There's also chat and email support, and then there are times when there's also taxation that is involved. Because in the US, normally when it's tax season, they would need help, especially during the taxation. So, in order for them to kumbaga ayusin yung kanilang yung taxes, at saka kumbaga i-submit nila yung kanilang tax report sa government. Okay. Now, other than that, there's also the technical support, which is another opening that we normally have. So this include mobile or technical support. So these are for people who are tech savvy, using mobile devices. There are those that are familiar with hardware, software, internet support, chat and email support. Now, for general and administrative, some of the openings that we normally have would revolve around talent acquisition, human resources, information technology, training, workforce management, admin, and finance. Sa finance, this includes accounting and payroll. Okay. Now, what are the basic skills that are needed for the positions that we have? For the customer service and the technical support, normally the minimum requirements, the basic requirements for the position would be you having exceptional English verbal and written communication. It doesn't have to be super excellent. It's just exceptional. So if you think you have the right communication skills, then probably this is the right job for you. Another thing is you need to be proficient in terms of MS Windows and other computer applications, since most of the time regardless of the department that you'll be into, you'll be working using a computer or a laptop. And majority of the time, you will make use of MS Office and other MS Windows applications in order for you to perform your task or your job. Okay. Another thing is yung customer service experience or customer service oriented skills such as empathy and active listening. So it is important to have active listening because this is not only pertaining to the customers that our people are talking to, but basically the stakeholders and communicating with the different departments that we have in the organization. Okay. Another thing is the ability to thrive in a dynamic environment. Since the industry, the BPO industry is fast-paced, we have to make sure that the people that we hire, the people that we get, are able to catch up or be they're able to adjust to the situation. Kasi very fast-paced, very dynamic yung situation. Okay. Okay, now moving on to the next slide. Listed here are actually some of the core values that we have. Sorry. Okay, so with Teletech, we actually have core value. We have mission, vision that we follow as a guide because this is what we want to be. It serves as the building block for the way we conduct business and building relationship. Now, for our vision is leading the world's most respected organization to create and grow emotionally connected, valuable, services to our customers. Okay, our mission is to accelerate growth by simplifying and personalizing interaction to build deep engagement relationship between peers. Okay, now Teletech's core values are the following. Number one, we lead every day. So we lead every day at every level to achieve results. We know that courageous, authentic leadership translate into the position. So we want to make sure that the people that we hire have that leadership capability or leadership skills, because we believe that you guys are not going to be in just one position with the company. You have an opportunity to grow. You have an opportunity to go up the ladder, and an opportunity to become better individuals, organization. Okay. The next thing is do the right thing. So we expect the highest degree of integrity from ourselves and each other. We want to make sure that we act with honesty and respect in everything that we do. Okay. So this is something that we value as a company, because we want to make sure that our employees are doing the right thing. They're honest. They're full of integrity. They are doing what is needed in order for the company to grow. Okay. The next is reach for amazing. We are innovators who make amazing things possible. We spark creativity and never accept can't. Okay, so if you're part of the team, okay, you're not just, let's say, an agent. You're not let's say just rank and file. Your voice can be heard. Okay, so if, let's say, as a newbie or baguhan ka dun sa team, and you observe na there's meron pang opportunity for us to improve what we're doing, or there's an opportunity for us to improve kung ano yung ginagawa ng aming team or ang ginagawa ng department namin. So you are free to actually speak out. You can talk to your supervisor, you can talk to your manager, and provide them your inputs. Tapos ang gagawin is, you and the rest of your team will discuss that in order for us to see whether it's something that can be implemented para to improve yung team nyo or yung department. Okay? Seek first to understand. So we delight customers every chance we get. We try to see the world through the eyes of our clients. Okay? So here we make sure that we understand our stakeholders, we understand our customers. So we always think, what would it be if we were in their shoes? Okay, that's why whenever we talk to our customers, to our stakeholders, we try to listen and understand what they're trying to say, because we want to make sure that whatever conversation that we have with them is something that would help in terms of building that relationship, and at the same time, providing the right solution to the concerns that they would have. Okay, act as one. So we're stronger together. One company with purpose, and one team. We work together and have each other's back. So as part of act as one. Okay, so if let's say your team is thriving or your team is performing, then you celebrate it as a team. Now, if let's say one of your peers or let's say ikaw or yung isa mong katrabaho is not performing very well, it's not going to be taken against you, but rather your teammates or your colleagues will basically help you in terms of developing you para ma-improve mo yung sarili mo. Or para ma-improve ng kasama mo yung kanyang trabaho. Okay? So we live passionately. So for this, we make sure that we're passionate about what we're doing. We're passionate about our work. We make sure that everything that we do, we try to celebrate. Okay, so if let's say there's an achievement coming from your team, nakakuha ka ng sale, na natulungan mo yung customer mo in terms of their taxation issue, it's being celebrated by your team. If your team is number one, it's celebrated by your department. If let's say the organization receives or Teletech receives an award or a recognition, we celebrate that as well. Okay, so small things, achievements done by our people is something that we celebrate, because recognition of achievements of individuals is very important to us. Okay. Now, I mentioned earlier that one of the things that I am proud of with our company is ensuring that when COVID actually hit us back in March, we were able to create a plan already to help out our employees. So we did not have a lot of people that lost their job or lost their work. In fact, majority of the people that we have has continued to work with us. So some of the things that we did in order for our employees to continue working, in order for them to continue to earn, in order for them to provide, something for their family, is we provided them different solutions. So number one, we provided a work-at-home solution. For the work-at-home solution, for those who have internet at home and for those who have space that is conducive for work-at-home setup, Teletech actually provided them, the equipments that they need in order for them to work at home. So we provided them with PC setups, which includes their desktop, monitor, a mouse, headset, keyboard, and modems as well for those who would need to upgrade their internet. Okay? Or for those who do not have internet at home, we provided modems. At the same time, I mentioned earlier, as part of our benefits or part of our allowances, we provided the internet allowance. So that way, their internet is going to be covered as they are going to use their personal internet to work from home. Okay, so that's the solution that we did for those who can work at home or those who have conducive space. Ibig sabihin, yung meron silang corner na tahimik, na walang interruption whatsoever, nabigyan sila ng opportunity to work at home. However, there are also some people who prefer to work on site, mainly because sabihin natin masyadong maraming tao sa bahay nila, so hindi wala siyang space for him to actually work. So for those people who prefer to work on site, we provided several solutions as well during the quarantine. So number one, we provided hotel accommodation to some of the employees that are near the site. So that way they can, they can walk from the hotel going to the site, para iwas yung issues in terms of traveling. Lalo na during that time, during the pandemic, di ba sinuspend yung public transportation. Okay. So another thing that we did, kung yung location doesn't have, let's say, hotels that are near the place, we provided on-site accommodation, wherein there are bunk beds. As I mentioned before, there are sleeping quarters. Tapos we added additional bunk beds in order to accommodate those people who would like to work. Okay? Kasi meron sa mga employees na gusto nila magtrabaho pero natatakot silang umuwi due to COVID, but they still want to continue earning for their family. So some of them are willing to stay at the office, to stay on site. Pero in order for us to ensure that they're taken care of, syempre kailangan namin silang bigyan ng matutulugan, kailangan namin sila bigyan ng lugar in order for them to live within the site. Okay, so apart from that, and this is one of the things that we did that some other call centers did not do. So we also provided washing machines in our sites for the laundry. Some centers did not anticipate that, if the agents or if the employees are going to work on site, of course, they're going to change their clothes every day. So yung sa iba, ang nangyari, they still have to leave the office para lang to have their laundry done. So with us, in order for them, na hindi na sila kailangan lumabas, we actually set up washing machines dun sa mga sites. So that way, they can clean their clothes while there. Para iwas yung paglalabas para ma-expose sa COVID or iwas sa pandemic. Okay. Another option that we provided is for those agents who want to work on site but do not have the means to go to the site because of the suspension of the public transportation, what we did is we provided free shuttle services designated to certain pickup points or drop-off points. So we actually, have Teletech shuttle services that we put in certain locations para the employees can go there so that they can be picked up by the shuttle para they can go to the site. Okay. Another thing is we do have the health and wellness activities keeping social distancing in mind as a site. So there are certain activities like wellness programs, merong mga yoga sessions, merong mga exercise sessions and stuff that is happening within the site. Okay, I mentioned that earlier that during the pandemic, we were able to create a plan. And this is because of of the owner of the company, our CEO, Ken Tuckman. Kasi prior to COVID hitting Metro Manila or the Philippines back in March, okay, our CEO already had a foresight early this year. So nung pumutok pa lang yung balita about COVID sa China, and it was starting to spread, our CEO met with the different leaders of our organization as early as January to discuss those things already. At first, it was something that parang some of the leaders are asking, why are we talking about this? And then all of a sudden, yung March nangyari na nag-spread out na yung COVID sa US, nag-spread na yung COVID dito sa Pilipinas. So si Ken, he was able to foresee yung mangyayaring situation. That's why as early as January, we were able to prepare and we were able to set up a plan already. So because of that, we actually were able to save 8,000 of our employees. Okay, so 8,000 of our people 8,000 people in the Philippines did not lose their job during the pandemic mainly because we were able to work up a plan. Since during that time, majority of our clients were also affected by COVID, so there were certain programs that have to, let's say, reduce yung kanilang headcount or reduce yung kailangan na tao nila. What we did is we took those people na tinanggal nila din sa program nila and put them in different programs that we have in the company. At the same time, yun nga, because of the COVID, we were able to put some of them to work at home. So in the span of 60 days, we were able to save 8,000 employees from losing their job and putting them in another, in another account or another program. So sa awa ng Diyos, they were able to, continue working with us, and they were able to earn for their family. Okay, now these are sample pictures of what the pandemic actually did to us during the when we were trying to set up our plan. So when COVID struck, majority of our sites, well, our CEO requested that the employees do not go to the site because for safety reason. So on our end, our department, what happened is we whenever we need to discuss, whenever we need to talk, whenever we need to have discussions, we do it through Zoom. So during that time, Zoom was very, very useful in terms of us to ensure that we are able to continue working. Okay. Now, we also celebrate through Zoom. So there are certain activities that we did through Zoom in order to celebrate, let's say, yung Halloween, achievements ng team, and whatnot. Okay. The second picture is basically us providing the equipment, our GNA, or general and administrative positions, in order for them to continue working at home. So we provided them with laptops to ensure that they're able to continue working. Okay. And lastly, the last picture is actually a sample picture of one of our employees, one of our agents, who received a computer at home so that they can continue working and continue doing what they need to do. Okay. Okay, so basically I'm done with the entire thing. So far, do you have any questions or things that you want to ask?
I just want to ask our participants, if you have some questions to our speaker, Mr. Rainier Arcilia. Sir Rainier here is more than willing to answer your questions. Are there questions from our speaker? If we don't have any questions, we may now proceed to the fifth session, to our fifth speaker. Our fifth speaker for today comes from Ernst & Young Global Limited. Before introducing our fifth speaker for today, the fifth and last, definitely not the least speaker for today, let us have a glance at the AVP of Ernst & Young Global Limited.
The world of work is changing faster than ever. Entire industries are being disrupted. Businesses have a choice, and so do you. Embrace change or be left behind. Will automation accelerate your career or stall it? At EY, we're embracing change and see opportunity where others may see threat. We're disrupting ourselves while building a workforce for tomorrow. What matters most in the transformative age? We believe it's your mindset, in addition to your skill set, that will help you succeed. Analytics, innovation, and the ability to think and act globally. Bring us your curiosity. The world of work is changing faster than ever. Entire industries are being disrupted. Businesses have a choice, and so do you. Embrace change or be left behind. Will automation accelerate your career or stall it? At EY, we're embracing change and see opportunity where others may see threat. We're disrupting ourselves while building a workforce for tomorrow. What matters most in the transformative age? We believe it's your mindset, in addition to your skill set, that will help you succeed. Analytics, innovation, and the ability to think and act globally. Bring us your curiosity.
In addition, Ernst & Young Global Limited, commonly known as Ernst & Young or simply EY, is an Anglo-American multinational professional services network with headquarters in London, United Kingdom. EY is one of the largest professional services networks in the world. And now for our fifth speaker for today, definitely not the least, we have our representative from Ernst & Young to take up the topic, virtual interviews. Let us all welcome the speaker from Ernst & Young. While we are waiting for the speaker, let me give you again, let me continue the services being offered by Alumni Relations and Career Development Office, wherein that we give opportunities to our graduates by having partnerships with different industries. We are quite privileged that our industry partners have their support, their perennial support until now, until the present situation. So I understand our speaker from Ernst & Young is ready. Let us again welcome. And so again, we have to acknowledge the presence of everybody. I understand that in this webinar, in this career talk, you will learn and gain a lot from our speakers. Our first four speakers that come from UnionBank, Miss Caberte, from Northern Trust, Miss Razel and Miss Ma'am Razel and Ma'am Julie. The first one, of course, is Ma'am Caberte. And the third speaker, Ramon F. Garcia and company, of course, Sir Ramon. And the fourth speaker from Teletech, Sir Rainier Arcilla. And of course, we have our fifth speaker for today that would tackle on virtual interviews. As we have mentioned earlier, that the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office is more than willing, and we really admire all our industry partners for their continuous support. By this, the symbiotic relationship between our university and our industry partners, I understand that it will go a long way. So I hope that that our industry partners really can shape the future of our students. So we have, of course, even though we have hard times in our lives, and still always remember that at the end of a tunnel, there is light at the end of the tunnel. As one of our speakers today have really given a lot of insights that we really that we really can treasure, in the rest of our lives, because knowledge is a commodity, or knowledge, of course, knowledge is an asset wherein that nobody can take it. Once we have the knowledge, it cannot be stolen from us. So again, we have these industry partners that always support us. By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to our dear participants, our students, to please stay tuned, because we have the fifth speaker, and you can really gain and learn a lot from these speakers. Now we have on the lighter side, we have we have a series of webinars by January, series of career talk by January, and the other one will be on February. So thank you for waiting. Let us now welcome the speaker from Ernst & Young to take up virtual interviews.
Hello everyone. So, this is
Hello, ma'am.
Janie. Yeah, hello. This is Janie from EY, and I'm part of the campus recruitment team. So, our main speaker, Sir Dennis, is just encountering internet connection. As you know, the virtual setup, we're all trying to adjust to it. So, while we're waiting for him to present, I'm very happy to share with you all that we have a lot of PUP graduates who are with EY, and they are part of the assurance team. And of course, we're very happy to and privileged to join this seminar and share with you more of the tips so you could join us in building a better working world. Okay, I think Sir Dennis is already in the call.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Sir Dennis.
Good morning. Good morning. So my apologies.
Good morning, sir.
Yep. And as with all of us working from home from during this pandemic season, it's really sometimes we are also victims. All right. So let me go ahead and just share my screen. So welcome everyone. Thank you so much again for PUP for this very again unique opportunity to speak to all of you, and we hope that the time that I have to share and also the experiences that our company has gone through these unprecedented times really also helps guide you and provides a uh, little bit more of an idea of what to expect, and more importantly, what you can make adjustments to in terms of your future plans for yourself and for your families, right? So in my case, we've EY has actually been participating in a lot of university talks, and I've also had the pleasure and the honor of being able to facilitate a lot of them. And one of the most common topics that have been coming up really has been how do we prepare for these interviews? And in this case, it's not really just a clear cut answer, even though you may have like a lot of materials out there. It's not just the interviews that you need to prepare for, but also, where are you taking your career? What opportunities are you going to be exploring? So based off of, the previous speakers, you've had a lot of, ideas and opportunities to think about. Some of you may be coming from, an accounting background, an engineering background, right? A humanities background even. And and even though a lot of these education backgrounds usually have the associated work area or career connected to them, what we've seen just within the past 9 months, or even 9 months that we've been in the quarantine status, is that there's been a lot of disruption in the industry. And so for my talk today, we'll also be again discussing how EY as a firm and as the working entity here in the Philippines, which is the EY Global Delivery Services arm of EY, has responded to these unprecedented times. So first off, let me go ahead and share a little bit about, EY. So EYGDS is part of Ernst and Young. So this is the top four accounting and professional services world, uh, accounting and professional services provider in the world. So when we talk about our global footprint, we have 350,000 plus individuals working globally, right? And this is for across all regions that we're servicing our clients. And in particular, the global delivery services works to provide those additional professional and support services to the rest of the firm. So, for example, here in the Philippines, aside from EYGDS, we actually have a local practice firm, which a lot of you are familiar with. This is SGV and Company. So it is the largest accounting, one of the largest accounting firms here in the Philippines, and they are the Philippine partners with EY. So when we talk about work with GDS, the work that you'll be supporting here in the Philippines alone may range anywhere from local support with our local practice firm to global support. And that's why when we talk about the global delivery service network alone, we're currently employing close to around 35,000 individuals worldwide. And in the Philippines, we actually have our second largest hub of individuals. So EYGDS Philippines, we actually started out as part of SGV and Company back in 2014, but since then has separated into a different entity altogether, and that's why some in some of the industry events you'll be seeing both the presence of our local practice firm as well as EYGDS. So in the Philippines, we have around 2,800 individuals, and based off of really the current working situation, we actually have, one of the accomplishments that we have 98% or more than 98% of our workforce working remotely right now. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So when we talk about EYGDS and when we look at what's the difference in terms of the services, so whereas the local practice firm, SGD and Co, works with the usual client servicing, engagements like in assurance, tax, consulting, and transaction advisory services, EYGDS provides that additional depth in terms of services. So aside from the usual client services in assurance, in tax, and in consulting, right? We also provide services for the rest of the EY firms, and this involves the lines that you see here on the side in enablement services. So we have MBA, so this is the markets and business creatives. We have our talent services. So again, if you're involved, if you are looking to again build a career in the human resources or in the talent space, we have talent teams that are working both locally, which I am the lead of. So I'm the location leader for talent development. So that's all of the Philippines employees. But we do have talent services that are based here in the Philippines that provide talent services like recruitment, onboarding, HR support like payroll, benefits that are based here in the Philippines. But the clients and the other EY firms that they're supporting are located globally. Right? And the last group that you have here, and which I am a part of, is really the GDS operations team. So we're the engine that helps drive and enables everyone to be able to do their jobs regardless of the conditions, whether we were again in our offices in Taguig or right now, like what I mentioned earlier, all of us are working remotely from our respective respective locations, whether it's in our residences or in a remote working space, right? So when we talk about EY and our response to the pandemic, and when we talk about what is my message to all of you, graduates and existing students of PUP, it's really given what we've gone through and what we will continue to see in terms of changes in terms of industry, changes in terms of work style, even lifestyle of people, right? COVID-19 health pandemic is just one of the many incidents that has really shown industries and companies nowadays here in the Philippines that being agile is really a critical business skill, and that's why the thought I'd like you to think about as we go through the rest of my presentation is, rather than locking yourself in, thinking, oh, I'm from an accounting background, I'm from an engineering background, or I'm from a humanities background, and being locked into that mindset that oh, because I studied this, then ergo I have to be in this particular industry, right? We want you to really open up your mind and try to see what are the other opportunities and where your particular skill sets, right, can be applied. And for that, you really have to address your mindset, right? And that's one of the best things that we've seen. The quick shift in mindset really allowed not just our employees, but even the new staff that we're onboarding currently, having the correct mindset will really go far in terms of helping you build that successful career, regardless of what company or what industry you eventually choose to build it in, right? So again, that question, will your mindset take you further than your skill set? And for us, and for me personally, right, in my case, I've been through various industries already in my career, right? So I've been working for close to 25 years right now. And, I've worked in the academe. So I was a guidance counselor for a time in Ateneo de Manila University. And then I also worked, with non-government or non-profit organizations. I've also worked in the corporate, and we had our previous speaker talk about BPO industries. I've also been involved in the industries before I joined EY back in 2016. So I've been with the firm now for close to 5 years, and throughout that journey, what I've proven is really having the right mindset, and meaning mindset in terms of flexibility, agility, and looking for those opportunities to apply and acquire new skills that is going to take you further than your skill set, because skill sets change. Skills, knowledge, those can be acquired, but if you have an unproductive mindset, if you have a very closed mindset, then again that will have impacts, right? So what are my quick tips? And again, we've heard a lot from our speakers, and a lot of them are very good tips. So I'd like to just keep my presentation short and focused on these 3 tips. So what are they? So first off is evaluate your current skill sets, and later we'll talk more about you can actually look at your skill sets into 2 categories. So these are your transferable skills and non-transferable skills, right? And which one of those, if for example you're graduating this year, right, or you've graduated already, and so you're looking and you're currently applying. So even if you don't have a job just yet, you can continue building up on those skill sets, right? And that you can further showcase during those interviews, right? Second tip I have for you is really look for companies that have strong and deeply rooted values. Now, the quick tip here is really, companies like EY, those that have strong and deeply rooted values, regardless of the shift in terms of industry, in terms of, worldwide disruptions like what we've seen in, with the COVID-19 health pandemic. Those companies will most often be more consistent in responding to those situations based off of those values. And so if those values, like for EY, our primary value really is always, and from the very beginning to the present and even to the future, our focus continues to be our people, right? Because again, EY as a firm does not have any physical products. We don't manufacture anything, and so the basis of our success really is the people that are part of us, that joined us, and even those that leave us. We want, we consider those as part of the firm, and that's why we even have a very robust alumni program right now, and which was just recently launched for EYGBS Philippines, right? Now, the third tip I have for you is really, you know, even when you're transitioning from, you know, the academe, where you've been spending, you know, either 3 years, 2 years, or even 4 or more years, right, studying and preparing for your career, please continue to, you know, have that behavior of, you know, studying, reading, and, you know, enter into discussions, join those professional organizations that will help shape your idea of what the future of work in your field will look like, right? Because again, you know, the health pandemic, unprecedented as it is, it really just is one of the many things that continues to challenge, not just companies but also us as individuals to really, you know, make sure that we're always flexible, we're always open in terms of new opportunities, right? So those are my three tips, right? So what's the first one? So when we talk about evaluating your skill set, most often than not, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking, okay, I need to have solid working experience. I need to be able to work to say, okay, I can apply to this company. But oftentimes you also run into the, you know, problem. Where do you get that opportunity, right? So again, we have some people that tend to accept any job that comes along because again, it gives them that start. But the offset of that is sometimes, you know, again, it might not be in the field that they're looking for, or again, there might be some things that they're missing out on. So for this, I'd like to say that when you talk about your skills and how you can highlight those in your interviews, don't just think about your non-transferable skills. And usually, these are what we closely associate and what we usually see a lot of in terms of those requirements, job requirements, right? So this is the technical knowledge that's specific to the field or to the industry. It could be things like, let's say, procedures. Like, for example, if you're in accounting, right? The accounting procedures, right? Some companies may adopt certain processes that are non-transferable to other companies, right? You may have companies that have specific systems that only they use compared to their other competitors, right? And so those are non-transferable. Though again, they are very solid and very significant for you to be able to land those jobs, right? They are not the be all and end all of interviewing. What we're seeing, and even for EY in particular, more and more, we're also focusing now on those transferable skills. Because again, when you talk about the job opportunities and the flexibility, the mindset that you need to be able to adapt is really having that open mind in terms of what industry or what company that you'd like to go into, right? And so when you talk about transferable skills, these are skills that you can apply to any
Sir, excuse me, apologies, sir. We lost you, sir. We lost you, sir, Dennis. Let us just wait for Sir Dennis to continue his talk because we are encountering some technical problems, and of course he'll be back. Yeah, he'll be back in a few minutes. So here comes Sir Dennis once again. Are you okay? Are you okay? Okay, Sir Dennis, you can have the floor now.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So again, you know, it's one of those situations where the internet is cycling. So it's just, you know, 1 2 seconds, but it ends up with, you know, 1 to 2 minutes with issues. Then. All right. So let me go ahead and just share my screen. All right. Okay, so we were talking about transferable skills, right? So we were talking about family reunions. A lot of families nowadays have turned to virtual platform. So for example, maybe you've been doing a lot of your family reunions, and you've been one of the people responsible in organizing. That situation alone is actually a situation where you're able to display project management skills. And why is that? So when you take a look at it, right, you have to organize your family, like who's going to be taking care of the entertainment, right? Who's going to be enabling the Zoom link, right, and sending out the invitation. So that in itself is a project. And so what you do in those family reunions can actually be an example of how you display and how you pick up those project management skills, right? What are other situations? So, for example, with our many incidents, right? COVID-19 health pandemic at the very beginning, there was a shortage of PPE. So we saw a lot of our fellow Filipinos really go into personal projects, fundraising for their local communities. When we had the recent series of typhoons hit the country, we've had, a lot of people join in and pitch in for efforts to help their local communities, right? So if you're one of those individuals that assisted and worked with this, those are actually again opportunities wherein you got a chance to pick up very valuable networking and community building skills. And again, those skills are transferable. So when you enter the workplace, when you receive a question, oh, have you ever worked with teams that are not part of your group? So obviously, the answer may be, I haven't worked with teams that are not part of my reporting line because this is my first job. But in my personal time, I've actually been very heavily involved in a project, and maybe you raised a significant amount of money and supplies for the community, right? So those are really opportunities for you to pick up those skills. The only question is, are you able to identify those situations and what are you picking up from them? And that's why, again, when we talk about being prepared for your virtual interviews, having and identifying, and more importantly, highlighting these transferable skills during your virtual interviews will really make you a more attractive candidate for companies. And it will really show that regardless of the situation, whether be it a personal family situation or even a community-based response situation, you're able to really pick up and develop and execute on those skills, right? The other thing that we are seeing nowadays is really, there's a lot of focus on digital tools. In EY alone, we had to conduct a lot of, MS Teams awareness sessions to make people aware of what the platform was capable of, what could they do on the platform to more readily, team and connect with one another virtually, right? And so when you look at it nowadays, maybe again the demand and the offers are getting fewer, but still there's a lot of companies, even in YouTube, right? You have a lot of very attractive tutorials that talk about how do you access Microsoft 360, what are some of the basic cybersecurity tools that are being used, and maybe even your efforts to be an Instagrammer, right, or an influencer, whether you're streaming games, right, or even you are creating those, photo editing. Those are actual valuable digital skill sets that, again, will help you regardless of whether you enter BPO industries, whether you enter professional services firms like EY, right? And those are transferable skills. So the message I have for you really here is really, focus whenever possible on those transferable skills, because those will really help serve you in good stead when you apply for whatever company you do choose to build your career in, right? So what's our second point, right? So let me go ahead and go to our second point. Look for companies that have deeply rooted values, because again, companies that have those deeply rooted values, regardless of management changes, will continue to make and stick by those decisions based off of those values despite the circumstances, right? And again, when you talk about preparing yourself, you can check on how you've displayed these values. So, for example, EY, we have three core values. One, the first of which, and I'll share, we value people who demonstrate integrity, respect, and teaming. So, how have you been able to display those three values in those activities we mentioned? And again, when we talk about situations, it could be as simple as organizing those family reunions. Those are situations where you can consistently display values. And what we're seeing nowadays is a lot of companies are basing their hiring decisions not just on how suitable or what skill sets you have, but also how compatible or how you've displayed these values in your own life. Because again, that's the value proposition that a lot of companies are really building. That values-based culture, so that people, when they onboard, they may not receive as much scrutiny. And in EY, we give a lot of leeway and empowerment to our junior staff members. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit, right? Um, and with that, amount of freedom, amount of responsibility that we provide, we want to be able to trust the individuals that join EY. They are compatible and they value the same things that we do, right? So, for example, when we talk about behavioral interviews, a lot of the interviews usually try to get information from applicants like yourself, right? Based off of three things, like what was the situation you found yourself in, what was the behavior, and again, when we talk about those values, that's one of the key things that interviewers also base their assessments on. Is your behavior consistent to the values of the organization? So again, that's where you can highlight those situations, whether it be like as simple as doing family reunions, or as significant as, again, working with your local community to help people that were affected by the recent set of typhoons, right? And then lastly is, what was the result, right? So just keeping in mind and arranging and preparing yourself, framing, let's say, for example, if you're applying to EY and you already know about those three values, and those values are readily available in all of our digital media platforms, right? When you prepare for your interviews, you can just put yourself and say, okay, for the first value, integrity, respect, and teaming, what were situations that I've shown that? What was the behavior that, I was able to display that? And what was the result, right? And so when you prepare for these interviews and you use this as a quick guide, uh, that can really help build your credibility in terms of your interviewers, right? Now, I talked a little bit about how companies base their responses based off of their values. And so when we talk about EY, during the 9 months that we've been in lockdown, because our value has been from the very beginning been focused on our people and the well-being of our people, we already have that ideal setup to respond to most, if not all, of the changing situations. So, for example, let's rewind all the way back to January 2020. As most of you know, right, NCR and most of the part of southern Luzon was severely affected when Taal volcano exploded. And so with us, even back then, we were very quickly able to respond to it by having everyone not report to work, especially if they had respiratory ailments, right? So in my case, I have asthma. So we were asked not to report to work. And that was, we were able to do that very quickly because, for example, one of the
Again, we are encountering some technical problems. I hope our participants can bear with us. So while we are waiting with our speaker, let us just have a short recap on our topics for today. Our first speaker took up the topic, Seeing Through the Corporate Window, Career Tips from the Millennials. And that was the topic by Ms. Caberte from UnionBank. And our second speaker, Preparing Resume, Interviews and Professional Development, Ma'am Razel and Ma'am Julie from Northern Trust. And our third session, we have the speaker, Sir Ramon F. Garcia from Ramon F. Garcia and Company. He tackled character and personality development. Our fourth speaker, Good People, Better Opportunities, Best Values, our Teletech Experience for You, taken up by Mr. Sir Rainier Arcilia. And now we are still ongoing with the virtual interviews. Our speaker, of course, Sir Dennis Supetran.
Yep.
Now, I think Sir Dennis is already once again. Thank you, Sir Dennis.
Yes. Yep. And my apologies, Carlos. So it's
no
really,
problem, sir.
very inconvenient. But I hope so far.
Problema po. Okay po.
Yeah. So again, thank you so much also for the patience, Sir Carlos. Right. So what I was saying was that all of our employees are assigned laptops, and because we want people to be able to work with those individuals and teams that are formed either on a project basis or engagement basis. One of the side effects of course of that was really it allowed us to pivot very quickly. So from working in office, we were just very quickly able to just notify everyone, and they were able to quickly shift to working from home conditions back then, and that was just for only a week. And that's why when the COVID-19 health pandemic and we had our first round of quarantine statuses set on the country alone back in March 16, right? As early as March 30, just less than or close to 15 days from the first quarantine, we were able to shift all of our operations. So this is all of our talent services, onboarding, recruitment, and even our new hire orientations, right, and technical training. We were able to shift very quickly to a virtual platform, right? And again, that's an example of how those earlier future decisions really helped us in good stead. And so when we talk about our current situation, we have over 350,000 to date, right? And here in the Philippines alone, during this pandemic period, we actually virtually onboarded. So these are people that we've interviewed, hired, and onboarded, both new hire orientation and their technical training. All 502 new staff. So this is from March of this year alone to November of 2020. So that shows you how robust and really how well those values have served us, making those right decisions. And so, for example, one of the key accomplishments we also had was during that time, part of that 502 staff that we onboarded, right? And to date, from PUP, we actually employ more than 100 PUP graduates, right? Of those 502, we actually onboarded 3 deaf staff. So these are peoples with disabilities. And so you can only imagine, right, the difficulty and the challenges with that. But because we had the right people, we had the right mindset, we were able to onboard those staff members successfully, and we continue to support their development. Now, another thing that we've gone ahead and done is really we've embarked on our flagship program. So we have 2 programs that we have ongoing. EY Badges, which is our internal certification. But again, the internal certification on topics like data, cybersecurity, data sciences, analytics. We have our leadership EY Badges, right, that focus on agility, focus on driving belongingness and inclusiveness in your teams. Those are industry-wide applicable. And one of the more attractive programs, and this is the first time that any global company has actually provided this, and this was featured in a lot of magazines, right? Like Harvard, what do you call this? Harvard journals, Harvard Business Review, right? and even some of the online business journals, right, is our Tech MBA program. So this is a full-fledged postgraduate master's degree program offered by EY. And the great thing about it is it's available for all staff. So it's regardless of tenure, regardless of position. So it may be that, for example, we onboarded around 20 new individuals just Monday of this week. As early as Monday, they could already begin their journey to earn that MBA degree. And again, with all of the things that EY focuses on really, which is our people, all of the associated costs with a postgraduate degree, like earning that EY Tech MBA, all of that is shouldered by the company. So there's nothing that you need to pay, right? So that is one of the key examples that, again, those values continue to guide us to make the right decisions, both for our people and for the company's progress, right? And so when we talk about the last piece, right, study, read, discuss. Learning is something that I very strongly believe in, and I passionately believe in, that you should not stop. There's always something new to learn, right? So here are some key questions that I'd like to leave you with as you think about how you can continue your learning in your respective spaces. First off is, how can you learn more in less time? So what mediums do you learn best? Is it face to face? So maybe you get on a virtual call. Maybe it's, based off of those self-paced, web-based learning modules, right? And for EY, we actually are partnered with Udemy. So Udemy is one of the largest online providers. So we have more than 2,000 online courses available for free for all EY employees, right? And the second question, what aspect of your work or career can be done remotely? A lot of companies, like, for example, even manufacturing firms have been seeing that they've been able to, do some or part of their work remotely. So again, before you enter a company, maybe it will help you choose as well what industry or what company to join in if you're already exploring this. And then third is, what technology platforms are you familiar with? Are you an expert on these platforms? Because again, like what I mentioned, those are flexible skills that you can take up, right? And then last message I have to leave for you is, everyone, you need to be flexible. You need to be agile. And when we talk about flexibility, this is, being able to move in any industry or any competency that may be required of you, right? And then when we talk about agility, it's being able to switch gears, acquire new skill sets, or maybe you're in the middle of a project, but then something new happens. How agile are you to stop, assess, and then to redirect or pivot your efforts if needed, right? So those are some of the things that we'd like to share for you for today. And so when we talk about openings for EYGDS Philippines, we have what we call, again, our assurance, consulting, and our core business services. So we also have a lot of openings right now for people who have proficiencies in other languages, specifically German speaking engagement coordinators, right? We also just recently launched our Japanese speaking tax team that is supporting companies that are based in Japan. So if you have those language capabilities, please do go ahead and visit us. You can send your CVs to our directly to our recruitment team using this email address. You can also check out the EY career site. So this provides you a good idea of what EY, not just EY GDS Philippines, but EY global opportunities. Because again, we have individuals that have gone on from Philippine positions to now global positions in our other EY offices, right? And also we have an existing tie-up or existing partnership with one of our online providers for recruitment services, Jobs 180. So you have all of these avenues to go ahead and explore the opportunities. And one of the things that we'd like to say and tell to everyone is that wherever you are, however long you stay, we hope that the exceptional EY experience stays with you for a lifetime, and not just for the time that you spend with us, because we want to be part of your story, right? So thank you so much, Carlos, and thank you so much for our PUP facilitators and the placement office, and also for all of the students. I hope everyone continues to celebrate the holiday season healthy and safe in your respective homes.
Thank you very much, Sir Dennis Supetran from Ernst and Young. Now, before that is our last, but definitely not the least, speaker in today's career talk. I understand our dear participants we really learned and gained a lot from our speakers. So I'd like to acknowledge our industry partners and our speakers as well our participants for making this event possible. Before we conclude today's career talk, let me just remind our participants for the digital certificate will be released 2 to 3 weeks after the conduct and be given to those who attended, participated, and accomplished the evaluation form given at the end of the session. And now, before we conclude our event for today, may I have again the privilege to call on my immediate superior, the assistant to the vice president for student affairs and services, as well as the director of alumni relations and career development office. Let us all welcome for the closing remarks, Engineer Lorinda H. Oquindo. All right, while we are waiting for Madam Florinda Oquindo, I'd like to take this opportunity in behalf of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office, the Office of the Vice President for Student Services. We would like to acknowledge the perennial support of our industry partners. Now, before we conclude, again, let us listen to the closing remarks of Engineer Lorinda H. Oquindo. So our apologies once again. Here is my immediate superior for her closing remarks.
Hello, good afternoon. We have lent our ears from the talks of representatives from our industry partners. Our dear representative and industry partners, the Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services and the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office, acknowledge the sharing of your expertise in order to impart knowledge and information to our students, alumni, and everybody present in this occasion. Establishing a career is not that easy, wherein for most of the time, we have to leave our comfort zones in order to succeed. Through the generosity of our industry partners, all the diversities that envelop individuals come to a common denominator of having future progress. With the topics discussed by our speakers, these serve as motivators in order to face the complexities in life. From day one of the Career Talk, we have amazing set of speakers that inspire, thus making elusive things to happen through combined efforts. Through the invaluable information delivered by our speakers, our students can have a closer look for a meaningful career that leads to the discovery of their own path. Life is composed of different arenas. Through hard work, perseverance, and faith in the divine providence, we can arrive at a certain arena, and that is the arena of success. Again, I would like to thank our students, speakers, industry partners, and all participants for making this event come into a reality. Thank you very much and a great day ahead of us.
Thank you very much, Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo. In behalf of the Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services, headed by Dr. Zenaida R. Sarmiento, the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office, headed by Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, my co-chief, Jane Pulma, Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services staff, Alumni Relations and Career Development Office staff, our technical staff, and of course, our speakers and industry partners and participants that made this event possible. We thank you very much. Have a nice day and a good day ahead of us.
Vice President for Student Affairs and Services.
I'm Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, so I'm the Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office.
I'm Carlos Garcia, you can call me Aloy or Carlos, and I am the Chief for Alumni Relations Services.
I'm Professor Jane Pulma. I'm currently the Chief for the Career Development and Placement Office.
I'm Romel Kiko Moldero, Executive Director for Talent Acquisition. Teletech is going through a lot of expansions right now. There's just so many opportunities that are available, not just in the agent positions, but also in our non-agent positions. So I know that the graduates that you guys are producing are top-notch and sought after. Graduates of PUP are like the most employable, and I've seen that.
I'm JJ. I'm actually part of the TA marketing as well, heading the executions team. We're really excited about this partnership, and we look forward to not just employing your students, of course, right? But there are some other opportunities that we can work on. I mean, at the end of the day, I know that our main goal is to make sure that we provide opportunities for your graduates, right? And perhaps your alumni at the same time.
So more than just tapping them when they graduate, we actually become part of developing them to be prepared for that. We would like to be really involved in many of these activities and many of the things that we can be of assistance to you.
Our clients are multidimensional, and it's the dimensions that really drive the complexity.
There's some common themes, but they have very unique circumstances that have to be taken into account.
And what makes them unique are all of those different issues. They have different family situations, they have different values.
The key to helping clients do more is to understand exactly where they want to go.
We're not just looking at your assets and how we're going to invest those. We want to understand what you want your wealth to do for you and for your family.
It's the kind of thoughtful relationship building that we practice here at our firm, that it's a part of the culture, that we're going to care about our clients.
We can all sell products, we can all pick up the telephone, but people need to understand your goals and your objectives. Once you do that, you can work together to be greater.
And we have a depth and a breadth of expertise that we can bring to our clients.
I'll tell you, there's probably nothing we haven't seen, no issue we haven't had to deal with.
A lot of it comes down to problem solving. It's just an intellectual curiosity.
How do we co-create something, and how do we collaborate so that we can be successful together? Having people who can connect the dots is absolutely critical.
We are able to transcend geographical boundaries and product lines.
When I think about the increased integration of technology, primarily it comes down to better engagement with our clients.
Goals aren't static, goals are going to change. And we're really invested in not only the expertise to deliver the advice around these goals, but the technology to enable this dynamic asset allocation and strategic alignment over time, I think truly sets Northern apart.
How do we help clients achieve greater?
The curiosity that we encourage of each other.
That emphasis that we have on service expertise and integrity, and expertise that comes from a really active, intentional form of listening.
Greater is confidence, greater is capability, and greater is being there for our clients and our communities.
We had a client that joined us recently, and after they chose Northern, I asked him why they picked us, and he said, "You asked us questions that nobody else did."
And
that is how we help our clients achieve greater.
This is a story you helped write. It's about momentum. It's a story about the last 5 years, with roots stretching back generations before that. It's a story about building agility, trust, and transparency. About service and strong performance, improved productivity, and an expanding global footprint. It's the story of a team built on a foundation of confidence and trust. People who come together to see beyond borders and reach beyond limitations. It's a worldwide workforce that understands its own strengths and commits to growth as a practice. A story about being responsive to changing client demands with expanded service offerings and a broad